Chapter 2062. Actually, I don't need to take off my clothes. Nan Xiaonan walked out of the room with a little pity and looked down at the strange emblem on the back of her left hand. Pseudo-destiny system. It will automatically appear when called. It can be used to settle the accounts of willpower, and it can also be used as a voucher to enter some places that only gods chosen and above can enter. In addition, it can also use many free public facilities in the City of Freedom, except that it can't accumulate willpower through prayer. It is a simplified version of the personal interface, but the current willpower value is 0. Nan Xiaonan subconsciously took out the willpower crystal card. After buying the bread, she forgot to hand it over. Originally, she was a little nervous about forgot, but it seemed that the boss didn't intend to take it back, and Miss Maid didn't seem to care about this matter. In other words, installing this pseudo-destiny system for her was something that was already planned. As for the problem of willpower, it can also be solved through the willpower crystal card. Miss Maid said that she didn't need the destiny system, and the boss didn't need this system either. That is to say, recharge. Nan Xiaonan boldly stuck the crystal card onto her pseudo-emblem of the destiny system. Very soon there was a reaction. The wish power number on the system interface instantly rose rapidly, and in a short while it had risen to the level of over 1 million. The willpower didn't stop increasing until it reached more than 23 million. Nan Xiaonan was startled. According to the standard prayer of the lowest fifth-class gods, chosen in a day, was 3,000 willpower. The willpower contained in the crystal card seemed to be the total amount of a fifth-class gods chosen praying every day for more than 20 years. It doesn't seem to be a lot. Nan Xiaonan frowned. But if I have to deduct the daily expenses, it seems to be a little difficult to save this amount of willpower. Shaking her head, Nan Xiaonan decided to treat this wish power as employee benefits for the time being. After passing through the corridor and returning to the room she chose, Nan Xiaonan saw a hanging painting on the corridor wall. It was a rural landscape painting, and there was a small signature in the corner of the landscape painting. Jacques d'Arc. Dark? Nan Xiaonan's heart skipped a beat. She quickly flipped open the Traveler's Guide to Freedom City and looked at the author's name. Both of them are dark. Do these two people have some kind of relationship? At this time, Nan Xiaonan had some guesses in her heart, but she wasn't sure. She quickly returned to her room and decided to read this traveler's guide carefully before dinner if the boss and the servant girl didn't have any new instructions. Asake's dark. According to the owner of Rose Mansion, he inherited the mansion from his father, who inherited it from his grandfather. The Rose Mansion had been passed down for many generations. But I feel like Rose Mansion will eventually fall in my hands. That's what Mr. Arthashis said. Boss Luo realized that Mr. Asakes was actually a very easygoing and talkative person. Perhaps it was because Rose Mansion hadn't had guests for too long. The owner hadn't communicated with guests for a long time, so he seemed to be too lonely. Actually, you shouldn't have stayed here. Asakes was in the garden. He made a fire with branches and took some fish out of a bucket. After a simple treatment, he began to roast them. He left some behind, saying that they would be used to make fish soup at night. Boss Luo sat on a tree stump and watched Mr. Asash's skillful craftsmanship. He smiled and said, "Putting those unfavorable rumors aside, Rose Mansion's environment is still very good." "What's good about it?" Asakes shook his head and said, "It's just an old hotel that has been passed down for God knows how many years. Other than feelings, there's nothing else. The nearby hotels are far better than here, and even if there's feelings, there's not much." Boss Luo asked curiously, "Feelings? What kind of feelings?" Asakes looked at Boss Luo in surprise. "You don't know? If you don't know, why are you still here? Rose Mansion was built by the sage's father. Back then, the sage would often come to Rose Mansion. However, ever since the sage's father passed away, the sage rarely came. In the past few hundred years, she hasn't come again. The sage's father," Boss Luo said thoughtfully, In that case, Mr. Asakes and the sage come from the same family. Asakes shook his head. That's right, but also wrong. The sage is indeed the child of my ancestor. However, after the sage became a sage, she was no longer a child of the dark family. She was already the sage of this city, the sage of everyone. To the sage, everyone should be her family. Boss Luo smiled and said, "But this is a place left behind by the sage's father. If there wasn't something special, the sage wouldn't have come here often, right?" Asakes said, "Perhaps when my ancestor was still alive, the sage would still have some nostalgia. However, after so many years, there probably aren't many feelings left in the bloodline. Do you see, the nearby business district is very modern, but only this mansion hasn't been touched. In my opinion, this is probably the sage's last care. Moreover, she probably didn't care about the dark family but this mansion." Boss Luo said, "I heard that a god's chosen level dropped here. Doesn't the sage do anything about it?" Asakes shook his head and said, "Maybe she knows, maybe she doesn't. Maybe the sage only cares about whether this mansion is here or not, and not whether its business is good or bad. Anyway, to the last descendant of the dark family, my only mission is to guard this mansion and take care of the roses here." Boss Luo smiled and said, "Is it okay for Asakes to tell me this? This sounds like a rather private matter. What's the problem?" Asakes said in surprise, "The sage always says that we shouldn't hide anything for unnecessary selfishness. Only by being honest with each other can we get the truth. Come, the fish is done. Try my ancestral cooking. It smells so good." In the garden, Miss Maid smelled the aroma and walked over. She walked among the flowers. The free breeze and the fragrance of the flowers set her off. Mr. Asakes was surprised by the person who came, and it was without a doubt a beautiful woman. After a moment of absent-mindedness, the owner of the mansion said warmly, "This should be another guest. If you don't mind, you can eat with us. I will also prepare fish soup for you tonight. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Miss Maid smiled and sat down beside Boss Luo. She looked at the roasted fish that Mr. Asakes handed over and said, "The food roasted with the roses here will have a unique fragrance. It's very memorable." "Oh," Asakes said in surprise. "Miss, have you been to Rose Mansion before? Why do you know these things?" Miss Maid said casually, "I've seen a similar introduction in a traveler's guide." Mr. Arthaces didn't suspect anything and nodded. "Although there are many roses here, it's actually quite extravagant to barbecue with the withered branches of the roses. Today, the two of you will be able to experience one of the few projects in this mansion." Miss Maid tore the roasted fish into small pieces and chewed it carefully. In fact, the roasted fish didn't have much taste. Although it had a unique fragrance, it wasn't a particularly memorable delicacy. This was Boss Luo's evaluation, but he knew that Yu Yi was willing to taste it carefully. This mansion is actually very rare in the downtown area. Boss Luo suddenly smiled and said, "Since it's been passed down for so many years, it's a pity that it fell in this generation. Mr. Asakes, don't you plan to restore the mansion to its former appearance?" Asakes smiled bitterly. "Of course I want to. If the mansion really disappears in my generation, I won't have the face to face my ancestors. But with the mansion's current appearance, I'm afraid we can only wait. When people gradually forget the strangeness of the mansion, maybe we can restore some business." Boss Luo blinked and said, "Mr. Asakes, haven't you thought about directly revealing the truth of the mansion's strangeness and solving this problem that put Rose Mansion in such a predicament?" "Solve?" Asakes was startled and immediately shook his head. "I want to, but even Lord Petitioner of the Public Security Department has investigated, but still found nothing. I'm afraid this problem can't be solved easily. Thank you for your kindness, but I can only give you a 30% discount. If it's any less, Kay or Lily will go crazy. If you don't try, you'll never know the result." Miss Maid said indifferently, "Your sage should have taught you this." Asakes thought for a while and said, "This is strange. Actually, I don't have much intention to solve this problem. But after hearing what you said, I don't know why I do have an impulse. I heard that high-level petitioners can infect people around them. Are you two high-level petitioners?" "We're not petitioners." Boss Luo shook his head. "But now we're living here, and we don't want to see this mansion decline like this." "Why?" Asakes asked curiously. Boss Luo said, "Probably because we don't want Rose Mansion to be closed when we come here again in the future." In fact, Asakes was a little confused. He didn't know why he agreed on a whim, agreeing to solve the strange things in the mansion. But once he thought of this, he seemed to be much more relaxed. He was thinking that perhaps he had indeed been dispirited for a period of time because of the Rose Mansion incident. It was time for him to pick himself up again. The public security department tried to pray in the rooms where the incident happened, but there was no level drop. Asakes opened the door of one of the rooms where the incident happened and led Boss Luo and Miss Maid into it. "In fact, I stayed in these rooms for a whole night, but I didn't find anything. There's really nothing special for now." Miss Maid gave such a response after carefully looking at the sealed room. "That's why I said it's not that simple." Asakes shook his head. "Maybe it'll be in vain." "You look like a guy who would give up easily," Miss Servant Girl said suddenly. Mr. Arthasheth unexpectedly felt a faint sternness from this beautiful woman. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a little fearful of this woman who looked much younger than him. He stared blankly and didn't dare to speak. "Maybe we can wait until midnight to take a look." Arthas pondered for a moment before replying, because according to the victims, they started praying at midnight and their divine, favored level began to drop. "Then we'll wait until midnight," Miss Maid said lightly. Okay. Mr. Asakes was still a bit nervous, and he didn't dare to look at this beauty's eyes. At this moment, the lights in the hallway suddenly came on. It seemed that Miss Kay or Lily had paid the electricity bill, and the power was finally restored. Oh, Laval came? There were saints in this city of saints. Unlike the angels in the city of blazing heavens, saints were often in the city of saints. However, the castellan of the city of saints wasn't a saint. Instead, he was the highest level petitioner, and he might soon become a holy disciple. They invited Mr. Durand to tonight's banquet. In front of the saint's residence, the principal of the City of Freedom Academy, Mr. Ludick, got out of the car while muttering to himself. Mr. Ludick waited until Mr. Durand entered the residence before getting out of the car. He wanted to avoid meeting Mr. Durand directly. Mr. Ludick told his private secretary, Laval, that the holy light on Durand was too bright. If he didn't pay attention, his titanium eyes would be blinded, and he wouldn't be able to look at him directly. Laval pretended that he didn't hear the principal's words. With the white rose in his hand, he slowly followed behind Ludick and entered the saint's residence. "Isn't this Mr. Ludick? It is truly an honor to be able to meet Lord Ludick here. Tonight is truly a joyous night." As soon as Mr. Ludick entered the residence, he heard a cheerful voice that made him feel like he was bathing in the spring breeze. "If I knew, I would have gone in first," Mr. Ludick mumbled. Then he put on a warm smile and said, "Yeah, it's a joyous night. I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep tonight." "Mr. Ludick always likes to joke," Mr. Durand replied with a smile. Mr. Durand looked kind. His first impression was that he was a good person, and his second impression was that he was a good person. It was as if he was a good person who had, "I'm a good person" written all over his face. Mr. Durand immediately said, "I heard that the 7 Capital Exchange was shaken, and the stock price of the City of Freedom Academy was also affected. However, looking at Mr. Ludick's expression, I don't think it's a big deal. I'm relieved. It's just a normal technical adjustment," Ludick said calmly. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Durand." That's good. Mr. Durand glanced at Lavar behind Ludick and nodded. "It's getting late. Let's go in so that the saint doesn't have to wait for too long." Gradually, More and more people arrived at the saints' residence. They were all the most famous people in the city of saints. There were high-ranking officials from the public security department, big entrepreneurs in the city, counselors in the city, and a few respected scholars who didn't have any important tasks. A young woman sat in front of the dressing table, and the maids on both sides were carefully dressing her up. "Saint, the guests have all arrived." A maid walked in with her head lowered. She stood behind the young woman and stood outside the curtain in front of the dressing table. "Okay, got it," the woman's voice sounded. Then she asked casually, "Mr. Ludick is also here." "He's here," the maid quickly said. "I saw Mr. Ludick and Mr. Durand come in together. Mr. Ludick also sent someone to give you a bouquet of white roses, saying that he picked them in the mansion. He hopes that the saint will like them." This guy is really thoughtful." The woman nodded and waved her hand. "Then I'll give you the flowers. Get ready. I'm going to greet the guests." The woman's makeup was ready. She stood up and looked at herself in the mirror. She murmured, "This is really a perfect body." Chapter 2063. There were saint-like existences in the 7 capitals. What kind of children were they? Except for Maria, the one in Maria was the one who gave birth to the Holy Son. Among the 7 capitals, only the one in Maria and the one in Saint Capital lived in the 7 capitals. Because of this, the residents of these 2 capitals were able to bathe in the great light. Perhaps because of this, the number of people who could become God's chosen in the city of the saints was the highest among the 7 capitals, and the city of Maria was the place with the highest number of single petitioners. Although this was a positive world, and the 7 capitals were all friendly and supportive, Saint Capital, as Castellan Mr. Durand, was always able to straighten his back when he participated in the joint meeting of the 7 capitals. At the dinner table, the principal, Mr. Ludick, looked at the Castellan with a smile and said, "I heard that sitting for too long can lead to lumbar disc disease. Lord Durand, you have to be more careful and exercise your body frequently." Durand raised his cup and said, "Thank you, Mr. Ludick, for your concern, but my waist is fine for now." At the dinner table were the most prestigious guests in the Holy City. If it weren't for the saints' dinner, no one would be able to gather all of them together. After all, other than the people in the business world, there were also some great scholars. Some of them were famous for being devoted to their studies and not caring about the outside world. At the same time, they were also known as the most devout petitioners, but they lived like ascetics. Other than the saints, no one would be able to invite them. On the dining table, these people sat at the very end of the table and didn't talk to anyone. But it was clear that their status wasn't low, because the other guests were afraid that if they spoke too loudly, they would disturb these people. So they deliberately lowered their voices. If Castellan Mr. Durand was said to be the holy disciple who had the highest chance of becoming a petitioner in the future, then he could be said to be a walking holy disciple. No, if the Holy Light Kingdom didn't give out a limited number of holy disciple each time, and they had to be distributed among the 7 capitals, they would be holy disciples. At this moment, a plainly dressed old man sitting at the end of the table suddenly spoke with an expressionless face. "Mr. Durand, I've recently heard a rumor about a drop in the level of a God's chosen. Is that true?" The atmosphere at the table suddenly changed strangely. Everyone even stopped talking and looked at the Durand City Lord. The warm smile on the city Lord's face was like a candlelight disturbed by the wind. It flickered for a moment before returning to normal. The city Lord replied with a smile, "There is indeed such a thing, and it's not just a rumor. Currently, the victims are in a sanatorium arranged by the Public Security Department, receiving observation and treatment. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Calvin." This old man, Mr. Calvin nodded and then said, "Since there has been a drop in the level of divine favor, no matter what the cause of the matter is, the person himself cannot escape the blame. A truly devout person will not fall. Lord City Lord, although these people are victims, it is not necessarily because their own beliefs are not firm. Perhaps there is even a problem with their beliefs, a problem with faith was a huge problem, and it was the biggest problem for the entire Holy Light Kingdom. Everyone's expression changed. However, only an ascetic like Calvin would dare to point out such a problem that involved the foundation of the Holy Light Kingdom in a public place, even in the residence of a saint. It's here. These old guys did what I wanted to do the most. Laval, it seems that tonight's banquet will not be boring. Ludic turned to his secretary and whispered with a smile. Other than rolling his eyes, Mr. Laval also rolled his eyes. The city lord pondered for a moment, but soon he smiled and said, I believe that there is no problem with the beliefs of these victims. After all, although they have dropped in level, they are still God's chosen and can still obtain wish power through prayer. Let me ask you, how can a person with a problem with their beliefs avoid the senses of a saint? Beliefs are very firm, but at the same time, they are also very fragile. Once we have doubts, even if it is just a trace, our beliefs will collapse. Don't you think so, Mr. Calvin? Yes. Old Calvin nodded slightly and said lightly, It's good if there is no problem. You are the city lord, so I will believe you. After all, if there is a problem with your words, then there will be a big problem with the Freedom City. This old guy's words are full of needles. Principal Ludic's eyes were about to turn into crescent moons, and he almost laughed out loud. He liked to see the city lord suffer such a loss, but it was very rare to encounter such a situation. After all, Durand was the city lord, and he was the person who represented the saint in the management of the holy city. I will take this as a warning, Durand said solemnly. I will remember Mr. Calvin's teachings. The old man, Calvin, suddenly stood up and said, The sage is here. Everyone instantly tidied up and quickly stood up to welcome her. The saint was wearing a black gauze dress, and there was a trace of mystery in her silence, and there was also a hint of charm. However, everyone was unwilling to look at the saint directly, so they lowered their heads slightly. Sorry, I was attracted by the night scenery outside the window when I passed by the corridor, so I am a bit late. The saint smiled and said, The holy city's prosperity today is all due to everyone's efforts. Everyone quickly humbly said that it was all because of the saint's guidance. Before I came, everyone seemed to be discussing something. The saint smiled and said, I wonder what kind of topic it is that can attract so much attention. Everyone looked at each other, and in the end, they still looked at the city lord who had resisted all of them. Durand gradually lost his smile, and after calming down, he planned to talk about the cause and effect. At this time, old Calvin directly said, In reply to the saint, this old man was asking the city lord about the matter of several gods chosen falling a while ago. Oh, I see. The saint nodded without any change in expression, and then looked at Durand. I have also heard about this matter. But, Durand, has this matter been resolved? Have you found the reason? For now, not yet. City Lord Durand shook his head. We've investigated the victims carefully, but we couldn't find anything suspicious about them. Have you investigated the place where the incident happened? The saint suddenly asked. Mr. Durand slightly opened his mouth. He looked back at the guests and found that most of them had the same surprised expression as him. However, he had to answer the saint's question. Durand could only bite the bullet and say, About the place where the incident happened, the Public Security Department has sent people to investigate that place, but they didn't find anything special. Why didn't you mention the name of the place? The saint said indifferently, Is that a place that can't be mentioned? Headmaster Ludic frowned and looked at Durand sympathetically. Durand hesitated, but in the end he gritted his teeth and said, I have ordered the Rose Mansion, where the incident happened, to close down and reorganize. Yes, it needs to be reorganized. The saint nodded mysteriously and then said coldly, Speaking of which, I haven't been to the Rose Mansion for a long time. I wonder how the roses there are and if they are as beautiful as before. Ludic, thank you for bringing me the roses tonight. I like them very much. Headmaster Ludick quickly stood up with one hand on his chest and said, "It is my honor that the saint likes them." The saint said again, "However, I'm afraid that just closing down and reorganizing won't eliminate the people's worries. If there is a problem with faith, it will be a big problem. Faith is the foundation of everything. In my holy city, heretics that can shake the foundation of the city are not allowed. Regarding the Rose Mansion, I wonder if everyone here has any good ideas?" They suddenly couldn't figure out the saint's attitude. Everyone here knew a lot about history. So how could they not know the relationship between the saint and the Rose Mansion? However, for so many years, the saint didn't seem to have any intention of interfering with the Rose Mansion. Why did he suddenly? Why aren't you saying anything? The saint smiled and said, "Since I asked all of you, I want to hear the answer. You don't have to worry about anything, and you don't have to worry about me." Headmaster Ludick directly looked at the city lord of Durand City. Elder Calvin and the other old scholars also looked at the city lord of Durand City. Everyone also looked at the city lord of Durand City. The city lord of Durand City could only lower his head and look at himself. Why is it me again? The city lord of Durand City carefully thought about the saint's increasingly indifferent attitude toward the Rose Mansion over the past few hundred years, and he made up his mind and said, "I think that the best way to eliminate the people's uneasiness is to use the holy light to completely purify the Rose Mansion. Under the purification of the holy light, all abnormalities will be exposed and all disasters will be eliminated. This way, the people will be able to rest assured." "Oh, Durand City, you plan to use the holy light to purify?" The saint's expression was indiscernible. However, everyone looked at this scene nervously. They naturally knew what the holy light purification meant. It was the holy light that shot out from the eyes of the saint's statue in the holy city. Under the holy light purification, everything would be annihilated. This also meant that the abnormalities in the Rose Mansion would definitely disappear, but at the same time the Rose Mansion would probably be razed to the ground and turned into ashes. Yes, Durand City gritted his teeth and said, "Since we want to eliminate the people's worries, we have to do it thoroughly. I personally think that eliminating all future troubles is the right attitude. Lord Durand City, those victims only lost their divine favored level, not their faith." Headmaster Ludick couldn't help but frown and say, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to use the holy light purification without being able to prove the existence of the fallen? This is probably unfair to that Asakes Dark." The surname Dark was like a sharp sword hanging above the city lord of Durand City's head. The city lord's expression became even more unsightly. Why didn't he know the surname Dark? That was the surname of the saint. The city lord of Durand City could only sigh and say, "Asakes, as the owner of the mansion, can't escape the blame when something strange happens in the mansion." The city lord secretly glanced at the saint, and seeing that the saint's expression was normal, he said, "Moreover, as the descendant of the father of the saint, since something like this happened in the mansion that might affect the foundation of his faith, he should step forward. I personally think that the purification of the Rose Mansion is imperative. Moreover, I think that the Rose Mansion exists in spirit and not in form or substance. As long as the name Dark is still there, and as long as Asakes, who inherits the will of Dark, is still there, he can rebuild the Rose Mansion in another place. Of course, the city government will also help him rebuild the mansion. What the F***CK? The Rose Mansion exists in spirit and not in form." Headmaster Ludick rolled his eyes and said in a strange tone, "I think the city government should also inherit the spirit and not dominate the system." "Mr. Ludick, watch your words." The city lord of Durand City scolded in a low voice, "The saint is here. I'm guilty and I repent." Headmaster Ludick said, "I'll pray now, amen." Then the headmaster clasped his hands together and sat down with his eyes closed. "Saint, can you listen to me?" Old man Calvin suddenly stood up and looked at the saint respectfully. "Please speak." The saint looked at him with a smile. Calvin said, "Since the anomaly happened in Rose Mansion, the owner of the mansion, Arthaces, is just as Sir Durand said. He can't absolve himself from the blame. However, I think that Asakes is a devout person, and he definitely doesn't want to see the appearance of such a strange phenomenon. Why don't we order Asakes to find the root of the problem within a time limit?" "What if he can't solve it within the time limit?" the saint asked with a smile. Calvin said expressionlessly, "Then we'll do as the city lord said. Purify the mansion and eliminate all future troubles." The saint looked at Headmaster Ludick and said calmly, "Ludick, what do you think?" Ludick opened his eyes and said solemnly, "I'll listen to the saint's instructions." The saint nodded and said, "Then we'll do as Calvin said. Durand, order Asakes to find the root of the problem within a time limit. Let's do it within a week." "All right, after talking for so long, everyone should be hungry. Eden sent me some seasonal fruits and vegetables. Everyone have a taste." The banquet officially began. On the shoulder of the saint's statue in the Freedom City, a small figure was sitting on the statue's shoulder and swinging its legs. Its cheeks were puffed up, and it was an exquisite porcelain doll face. It was looking at the scenery of the Freedom City. Suddenly, it looked up thoughtfully and saw 3 faint lights appearing in the sky above the Freedom City. As if it was frightened, it jumped down from the shoulder of the saint statue. At the moment it jumped down, it was unknown where it started, but the small figure disappeared. The 3 lights in the night sky gradually dimmed. At this moment, 3 figures landed on the square of the saint statue. A young man in white and 2 followers, 1 male and 1 female. The young man in white looked up at the towering saint statue thoughtfully. "Sir, is there a problem?" The female follower couldn't help but ask in a low voice. The young man in white shook his head and said calmly, "Nothing. Let's go and see that so-called saint. ######### PS1. Thank you. Read 2 lines of poetry for accumulating mo. Serve tea. Rub shoulders full set. PS2, as usual. PS3, 0/1. Chapter 2064. When they were about to get on the car and leave, a man appeared beside the car and stopped Ludick and Laval. This man was the assistant of Castellan Durand. "Lord Ludick, this way, please," the man said respectfully but not politely. Ludick frowned and looked at Laval. He said calmly, "Follow me, I'll take that guy's car." Up ahead, City Lord Durand had already rolled down the window and was looking over. Ludick responded with a bright smile and even waved his hand. The sage's banquet ended at 9:30 p.m. Other than the not-so-pleasant discussion about the Rose Mansion before the banquet began, the rest of the time could be considered as being at home for the time being. However, most people's minds were no longer on the banquet. Laval watched as Ludick slowly got on the Castellan's car. He suddenly thought of something else. He looked at the Freedom Square that could be seen from the saint's residence. He wondered if the travelers he met at the Rose Mansion had come in the evening. Laval didn't know why he suddenly thought of this. Perhaps it was because he suddenly felt that the petitioners' levels were dropping. It was too scary and left a deep impression on him. If the Rose Mansion didn't only cause the level of the God-favored ones to drop, but it also affected the petitioners, perhaps it really needed to be purified. However, Principal Ludick probably wouldn't give up so easily. If Asashi's Dark was the descendant of the father of the saint, then Principal Ludick was the descendant of the family that the mother of the saint was born in. "I know you don't want the Rose Mansion to be purified, but I didn't have a choice. You all looked at me and let me take care of this." As soon as Ludick got on the car, Castellan Durand directly talked about this matter. However, Principal Ludick didn't seem to hear anything. He just shook his seat and praised. "The sofa on this car is not bad. Buy a sofa for a car? Later, I'll get Laval to book one too. Driver, just drop me off at Sunset Avenue number 5. I need to walk back since I'm going to digest my food." City Lord Durand pressed a button, and a screen rose from the front seat, completely isolating the space in the back seat. Principal Liddick's expression changed slightly. He locked his body and said, "Buddy, many people saw me get into your car. I only want to bathe in the holy light, not your love. Be serious. Liddick, I'm asking for your help. Old friend. Durand City, Lord sighed. I really don't know what to do. Trouble comes from the mouth," Principal Liddick said indifferently. "You dug your own hole, so jump into it and bury it yourself." "I didn't jump myself, you guys pushed me," the city lord of Durand City said angrily. "You're even fanning the flames." "Conscience," Liddick said seriously. "Elder Calvin was the one who asked you first during the banquet. Everyone saw it. That guy is your teacher." The city lord of Durand City coldly snorted. "This is something that everyone can see for themselves." Liddick shook his head. "We haven't contacted each other for a long time. We only met at this banquet in recent years." The city lord of Durand City sighed again. "Liddick, I'm sincerely asking for your help. It's too difficult to guess the thoughts of the saints. I also don't know if it's the right thing to do tonight. But since the saints have approved it, do I really have to prepare to use the holy light purification? You can prepare during the time limit. When the time is up, just do what you need to do." Liddick shrugged. "What you do may be wrong, but following the saints' wishes, there's no right or wrong." "You think the saints are wrong?" The city lord of Durand City's expression changed slightly. "Trouble comes from the mouth, Durand City," Liddick said with a smile. "Look, you're the one who said this, not me." "Damn it, you're really a scoundrel. How can someone like you have faith?" The city lord of Durand City said hatefully. "You're the one that the holy light should purify the most. The principal of the capital of Freedom Academy is only a level 5 God's chosen one. Even your secretary is 100 times, 1,000 times better than you. Don't you feel ashamed? I'm guilty and I repent. No need to go to Sunset Avenue number 5. Drop me off at the church in front. I want to go to the small dark room to pray." Liddick said with a vexed expression. "Get off. I told you to get off. Get off now." The city lord of Durand City snorted. The car really did stop at the side of the road down the mountain. Liddick opened the door and got out of the car without saying anything. Before leaving, he suddenly said, "Today I brought a bouquet of white roses. The saint said she liked it very much. But when I went out, I saw a maid throw the bouquet away." "Wait, what do you mean?" The city lord of Durand City quickly poked his head out and asked. "Ah, I didn't say anything." Liddick blinked and said, "Remember, trouble comes from the mouth. Apply for a new license plate for me later. I really need to order another car." He laughed and walked to the back. Behind him, Laval was slowly driving his car over. At this moment, the screen separating the front and back seats of the city lord of Durand City was lowered. The male assistant turned around and asked, "Sir, where are we going now?" "Let me think. I want to calm down. Let's go home first." The city lord of Durand City rubbed his forehead and said, "No, let's go to the Rose Mansion. Let's go now." "What did the city lord of Durand City say to you?" In the car, Laval said expressionlessly, "This doesn't seem to be the direction of the city hall. Durand City is probably anxious to go to the Rose Mansion." Liddick rested his chin on his hand as he looked out of the car window. His eyes were blurry as the night breeze blew. This principal drank a lot at the banquet, and Laval could still smell the strong scent of alcohol. "Are you really going to watch the Rose Mansion get purified and do nothing?" Laval asked again, "What are you talking about?" Liddick felt wronged and said, "Didn't you see that I stood up at the banquet and said something? Besides, there's a deadline, right? It's better than the Rose Mansion disappearing tomorrow. There's only 1 week. Mr. Assakes might not be able to find a solution." Laval shook his head and said, "The Public Security Department sent out several high-level petitioners, but they didn't find anything. There seems to be something strange about the mansion." Liddick suddenly said, when you went to get the flowers in the afternoon, did you find something you weren't so sure before?" Lavelle quickly explained what happened to him. As for the travelers in the mansion, he only briefly mentioned them. Petitioners are also affected? Ludic couldn't help but frown and murmured, "Then this is interesting. Perhaps the saint's plan to purify Rose Mansion isn't an exaggeration. Wait, this isn't the way home. Where are you going?" "Rose Mansion." Lavelle said calmly, "You'll want to go." "I'm not going. I'm going to the church. I'm guilty. I drank too much tonight. I'm going to repent." The car slowly drove toward the Rose Mansion. The lights in the holy city were as bright as the stars. The saint's residence was on the highest mountain in the holy city. She could see everything in the holy city. On the balcony, the saint was lying on a wide recliner. There was a bottle of wine on the side table. It was opened during the banquet, but it wasn't finished yet. It was a wine from another capital city. She was slightly tipsy. At this moment, the saint smiled and picked up the wine cup. She raised the cup high and let the wine flow into her mouth. "I seem to see the arrogance and lust of that snake in you, Lily." Her wrist that was holding the cup high shook slightly. The saint's pupils contracted slightly. Soon, she slowly put down the cup. She turned her body over on the recliner and lay on her stomach. She crossed her legs and rested her head on her hands. She looked into the room with blurred eyes. "Honorable Archangel, you came here so late at night to peek at my body? Your body is just a bag of skin. There's nothing worth peeking at under the skin." In the darkness, a young man in white slowly walked out. The moonlight seemed to twist around the young man, making him look hazy. The saint was still lying on the recliner, lazily. Her arms were hanging down, and her fingers moved on the floor, casually. She smiled and said, "But this bag of skin was chosen by you, isn't it?" The young man in white lowered his head and looked at the woman on the recliner as if he was examining her. At this moment, the woman on the recliner suddenly showed a painful expression. She instantly hugged her head as if her head was in extreme pain. She even screamed and rolled on the ground. On the ground, the woman rolled crazily and screamed in pain. "You want to show off your authority like this? The Archangel of the Kingdom of Heaven is just a torturer who only knows how to torture people who are weaker than you?" The woman felt more and more pain. She had no choice but to grab her face with both hands, her fingernails leaving streaks of blood on her cheeks. She cursed and gradually begged for mercy. Until she begged for mercy, she finally couldn't continue. Only wailing was left, like a wailing banshee in hell. After a long time, the woman completely collapsed on the ground. Her whole body was wet. She didn't even have the strength to lift her finger. She could only lean on the recliner and look at the young man in white with fear. The young man in white suddenly squatted down and touched the wound on the woman's face when she was in pain. The wound was healing little by little. The young man in white said, "Although a bag of skin is just a bag of skin, it won't look good if it's damaged." The woman curled up and looked at the young man's fingertips. She gasped for breath. The young man in white took back his hand and said indifferently, "I've been here for a while. It's just when your banquet started. You want to attack Rose Mansion?" The woman didn't speak and continued to gasp nervously. "That's her place. Who allowed you to do this?" "She. Isn't she gone?" The woman gritted her teeth and said with a complicated expression, "I'm a saint." "No, the City of Freedom only has one master." The young man in white shook his head. "Just like the City of Dawn, it only has one master. This won't change because of anything." The woman suddenly sneered, "But the City of Blazing Sky has many masters." The young man in white raised his hand. The woman instantly shrank back like a frightened bird. However, the young man in white only lifted a lock of her long hair. He said indifferently, "Greed is an original sin, just like when you asked Father for a physical body. In the end, it led to some very bad things happening." The woman lowered her head and didn't say anything. However, her body began to tremble. She said with a trembling voice, "I'll ask Durand to withdraw the order tomorrow." "No need," the young man in white said coldly. The woman looked at him in surprise. The young man in white said indifferently, "As a saint, too much repetition will only lead to suspicion. After all, there is still a saint in the Holy Light Kingdom." The woman shook her head and sneered. "The kingdom of heaven is still too big after all. This is not something you can discuss." The woman lowered her head and didn't say anything. She thought this guy wouldn't descend so easily. This guy was passionate about spreading his glory and had been fighting in the infinite worlds. Logically speaking, this guy shouldn't be so free. Could it be that something happened in the kingdom of heaven outside the Holy Light Kingdom? "Why did you come this time?" the woman decided to ask. The young man in white didn't answer. He just gave the woman a meaningful smile. His figure gradually faded until he finally disappeared. On the balcony, the woman curled up under the reclining chair and sat there for a long time. After a long time, a maid slowly walked in with a blanket. However, when she saw the saint's appearance and the tear stains on her face, the maid couldn't help but turn pale with fright. "Saint, what happened?" The woman suddenly raised her head. Bang! There seemed to be a sound of something falling in the garden. Several maids heard the sound and came over. They found the corpse of a maid whose brain had burst open at the source of life. These maids were instantly horrified. They subconsciously raised their heads and saw the figure of the saint in thin pajamas on the high balcony. "The wind is too strong." She accidentally fell down and returned to the arms of the Lord. The saint looked down expressionlessly and said indifferently, "Bury her." With that, the saint turned over and walked into the room. The maids stared at the corpse of the maid on the ground in a daze, but no one dared to take the initiative to move. They only felt cold all over. Something like this had happened a few years ago as well. Dang, dang, dang. The clock on the wall of the mansion chimed exactly at midnight. Meanwhile, Mr. Asake stood in front of the door of the room at the bottom of the cross-shaped mansion, slowly opening the door. Behind him, Boss Luo and Miss Maid were waiting to enter. Nan Xiaonan was holding up a digital video camera behind her back. She had bought this camera when she went out in the evening. It felt so good to have such a huge sum of money on hand. At midnight, in the dark room of the mansion, there was a faint, strange sound. While the camera was shaking, Nan Xiaonan was even reciting the narration while filming. Old Jean Tianyi. As for the maid in the mansion, Miss K. Airlily. Miss K. Airlily was hiding behind Nan Xiaonan at this time. She grabbed her clothes tightly and trembled. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS 1/1. Chapter 2065. Then there was a problem. The victims in Rose Mansion were hurt because they were praying in the room at midnight. First of all, someone had to pray at this time, right? Who would pray? Nan Xiaonan didn't ask this question. Of course, it couldn't be the trio in her shop. Not only was she a fake, even the destiny system was fake. As for Miss Maid, to be honest, if she was asked to pray to the boss, she would probably do it without thinking. As for the boss, she was afraid that the Holy Light Kingdom couldn't bear the prayer of the indescribable existence. "Don't look at me," Mr. Asakes suddenly said. "I can't pray." Kay or Lily also raised her hand nervously and whispered, "Me too, you two stowaways." Nan Xiaonan rolled her eyes. She had to stop the DV temporarily. She didn't expect that the shooting of Nan Xiaonan's Diary of Female incident would be stopped just after it started. "Why don't we stop praying and wait here for time to pass and see if anything unusual happens?" Mr. Arthashes suggested. At this moment, ding-dang, ding-dang, ding-dang. It wasn't the midnight bell. The bell had rung before. It was the doorbell. The maid in the room, Kalili, was startled. The sudden ringing of the doorbell really scared her. "Is Mr. Asakes in?" A man's voice came from outside in the quiet night. Mr. Asakes couldn't help but frown with a puzzled expression. Castellan Durand? Why is he here at this time? Arthur looked at the people in the house in confusion. He then walked to the window and looked down. He realized that not only was Durand's car outside, there was also. Why is Ludic here? Time limit order, Saint personally. Holy light purification. Oh, you want to investigate the root cause of the strange phenomenon in the mansion? You're just a pile of mud that doesn't know how to support a wall? In the lobby of Rose Mansion, Asakes and Ludic were glaring at each other. The smell of gunpowder filled the air, giving people the feeling that they were about to strangle each other. These two have a grudge against each other? Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but quietly ask the maid, K. Forehead Lily. K. Forehead Lily also whispered, Boss and the school principal are actually considered distant relatives. I heard that when Boss was young, he was placed in the school principal's house for a period of time. A lot of things seem to have happened during that time. Nan Xiaonan suspiciously looked at the two people who were arguing in front of her. The heir of a desolate hotel and the young master of a wealthy family had a love-hate relationship when they were young. Men on top of men. That's a little more interesting. But the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Mr. Asesh's face was frighteningly still, like ice, and his whole body emitted a gloomy and cold aura. Nan Xiaonan glanced at him and then asked in a low voice, What is holy light purification? K. Forehead Lily looked at Nan Xiaonan in surprise, but she still explained the meaning of holy light purification with a worried expression. Turn it into ashes and raise it to the ground? Isn't that a nuclear explosion? Nan Xiaonan was shocked. If someone told her that her house could be razed to the ground at any time, her expression would be even worse than Asesh's. However, the future lady boss's expression seemed to be much colder at this moment. Nan Xiaonan didn't know if it was an illusion, but she even saw a flash of murderous intent on Miss Maid's pretty face. She couldn't help but shiver. Her soul was shivering. Mr. Arthashes, other than informing you of this matter, the main reason I'm here is to help you. Mayor Durand had to speak up. Although the sage decided to carry out holy light purification, the sage took pity on you and gave you a week's time. It would be a pity if Rose Mansion was purified, so I'll give you the maximum amount of support this week. With everyone's strength, we'll definitely be able to overcome this difficulty. Thank you very much. Arthashes nodded, and his expression became a little better. Mayor Durand then looked at Boss Luo and the others. By the way, are they the people you invited to investigate the mansion, Mr. Asakes? Asakes said, They are enthusiastic guests of the mansion. After knowing my difficulties, they took the initiative to help. I see. Mayor Durand nodded and didn't pay much attention to the three guests. Rose Mansion had been open for so many years and had passed through so many generations. Asakes had also taken over it for quite some time, so it wasn't strange for a few close friends to lend a helping hand. Lord Castellan, do you really want to help? Mr. Arthashes suddenly asked. What are you saying? Mayor Durand was displeased. If I didn't want to help, I wouldn't have come here so late at night. I could have sent out a document tomorrow morning and let the people from the public security office pass it to you. Asakes didn't waste any time and said, All right, then come and help. We're about to do an experiment and are lacking some people. You're just in time. What do you mean by just in time? Principal Ludic frowned. He was too familiar with the behavior of this distant relative. We need some people to pray in the room where the incident happened so that we can observe. Asakes said, but we need people with a high level of God's favored, and you happen to have a high enough level. Sir Mayor, you don't have to say it, right? You're almost a holy disciple. As for Laval, he should have climbed 1 or 2 levels in the past few years, right? You want me to have me pray in those rooms? Durand City's city master frowned. It's just an observation experiment, Asakes said. Aren't you the one who said you wanted to help? Besides, there were also petitioners from the public security office praying here before, and nothing happened. Mayor, you're a full petitioner, so what's there to be afraid of? Even if you drop 1 or 2 levels, you're still young and can still rise in the future, right? Anyway, the number of holy disciple slots is limited. There are so many petitioners with the highest level who haven't had their turn yet. What's the rush? Principal Ludic held back his laughter. Asakes looked at Ludic and said, "And you, after so many years, you're still only a 5th level God's favored. If you drop, so be it. Don't embarrass yourself." Ludic rolled his eyes. Originally, he thought that Arthashes was deliberately making things difficult for him. Headmaster Ludic would slam the table and stand up, and the Durand City Lord would flick his sleeves and leave. Who would have thought that the Durand City Lord would actually grit his teeth and agree? "Since we're relatives, how can I not help?" Principal Ludic said with a smile. "Holy Lord, what are they up to?" Asakes could not help but feel puzzled. These two were not easy to talk to. He did not expect them to agree so easily. They were just using this as a reason to chase him away. The candidates were decided just like that. Principal Ludic, Laval, Mayor Durand, and his male assistant happened to be the 4 people who corresponded to the 4 rooms where the strange things happened in Rose Mansion. "We'll also send 4 people to observe the whole process." Asakes said calmly, "Mayor Durand, you still have to think about it. With your status, it's easy for you to send a few high-level petitioners here." Mayor Durand shook his head and said, "The Holy Lord gave me the power to govern the Holy City. He didn't give me the power to use as a shield when danger comes." Mr. Asakes sighed and said, "You're not unworthy of being a holy disciple." "Then let's do it. I'll personally observe Ludic." The candidates were quickly decided. Mr. Asakes corresponded to Principal Ludic. Kate Air Lily went to the leftmost room with the mayor's assistant. Nan Xiaonan took the camcorder and went to another room with Laval. "If you don't mind, let us observe you, Mr. Durand," Boss Luo said to Mayor Durand when he saw that only Miss Maid was left. "Okay." Durand nodded. He didn't have the arrogance of a mayor. Instead, he was very gentle. "Then I'll have to trouble the 2 of you. Although I'm the mayor, I was also a believer before. Just like the 2 of you, there's no difference." Boss Luo said, "Since Mr. Durand can become the mayor of Freedom City, the Holy Lord must have placed a lot of importance on you. It must be because you're very devout. No wonder Mr. Asakes said you're a holy disciple." Mayor Durand didn't look very old. He was about the same age as Principal Asakes. He could be considered young and promising. "I just have some experience in handling chores." Mayor Durand shook his head. "If I had enough talent and devout enough, I would have become an ascetic." Miss Maid whispered to Boss Luo, "I'll go prepare some tea." Boss Luo nodded. He looked at Mayor Durand and said, "Then let's begin, Mr. Durand." The City Lord of Durand City did not hesitate. He directly knelt on one knee in front of the window and lowered his head to pray. This was probably the architectural style of the Holy Light Kingdom. Almost all houses would be designed to make it convenient for people to pray. Boss Luo sat down on the side. It wasn't unreasonable for Mayor Durand to become a holy disciple. In just a few seconds, his entire spiritual world began to condense, and his body emitted a dense brilliance. It was the brilliance of wish power. In Boss Luo's vision, Durand was like a lighthouse in the dark night. The light gradually became brighter and brighter. "Faith can make people firm, it's true." Boss Luo chuckled casually and said in a low voice, "It's much purer than medicine." In fact, in terms of soul quality, this Durand City Lord's soul quality was already extremely high. However, Boss Luo's vision was no longer the same as before. It wasn't a matter of vision, but whether he was interested or not. A high-quality assembly line production model, Ludic took off his coat and casually threw it on the bed. Then he took out 2 bottles of beer from the small fridge and a deck of cards from the drawer. He raised the cards in his hand and looked at Asakes in front of the door. He smiled and said, "How many rounds?" "You're not here to pray," Asakes said expressionlessly. We can play cards and pray at the same time. Ludic smiled and said, as long as we have faith in our hearts, we can pray to the God in our hearts, no matter what we do. Ever since he was young, Asakes knew that Ludic was someone who could multitask. It wasn't that similar things didn't happen before. In fact, it had happened many times. Even Ludic had been praying in this way all along. He could distract himself from praying when he was planting flowers, and he could also pray when he was eating. What was even worse was that when he stayed at Ludic's house, this guy would often encourage him to climb the wall and go out to play. He could also complete his daily prayer homework while playing. As for him, he was punished with no dinner because he didn't complete his homework while playing. This was too much. This guy was clearly a genius, but it was a pity that he was too casual. Asakes sometimes even thought that if Ludic could completely block out all distracting thoughts and not multitask, but focus on praying, he would probably have become a petitioner long ago. Right, it's not fun to play cards like this. Seeing that Asakes wasn't in the mood, Ludic rolled his eyes and said, why don't we play God's favor cards? How about 100,000 a round? Asakes sneered and said, you think you can do whatever you want just because you have will. Ludic didn't say anything. He only pulled out a stack of purple cards about half a palm thick from his pocket and slapped it on the table. Asakes sat down without saying anything. Shuffle the cards. After playing a few rounds, Mr. Asakes already owed 400,000 will. He said that he only had his underwear to lose. If they wanted it, they could take it. Otherwise, they could continue playing. When he turned the tables, he would definitely win, and these will cards would all be his. This fellow looked like a gambler whose eyes had turned red from gambling. Ludic didn't mind. He continued to shuffle the cards, slowly and calmly dealt them out. They seemed to have forgotten that they had come to this room to do proper business. At this moment, Ludic suddenly asked, Asakes, have you ever seen a saint? Asakes looked at the rare good cards in his hand. He thought to himself, flying dragon riding face, how could he lose this time? He subconsciously replied, in the free cities, who hasn't seen a saint? What kind of idiotic question is this? No, I'm talking about a real saint, Ludic said faintly. Asakes jerked his head up. He subconsciously played the cards in his hand that he hadn't gathered together. Oh no, Ludic, you scoundrel. You did this on purpose? Aye, what a good hand. Ludic sighed and shook his head regretfully. How could you play such a good hand so badly? Asakes, isn't this like your life? You're obviously a descendant of a saint family, but you ended up like this. Asakes coldly snorted and threw the cards in his hand on the table. Then he leaned back, raised his legs on the table, and blew on his fists. You want to fight? I've never lost to you. Not even once. At this moment, a faint, grayish-white fog quietly appeared in the room. What's this? Asakes noticed the strange fog on the floor and frowned. At this moment, the fog rushed toward Ludic's body at lightning speed. In just a breath, Ludic showed a pained expression and fell on the floor. Something's wrong. At the same time, a scream came from outside. It was Kay or Lily's voice. She was observing the male assistant next to the city, Lord of Duran City. Chapter 2066. Inside a room with 2 beds other than the 4 strange rooms, Ludic and the assistant of Duran City, Lord, were temporarily placed here. As for the room where they met with the accident, it was once again sealed. Mr. Levis was currently frowning with a grave expression. As for Duran City, Lord, his expression was even more unsightly. I didn't think that it would really happen, but when I prayed, it was very smooth and nothing special happened. Duran City, Lord said as he looked towards Boss Luo. It seemed like he was looking for proof. Boss Luo directly said, there really wasn't anything special on our side. There wasn't anything on our side either. Nan Xiaonan raised the DV camera in her hand and said, this Mr. Levis directly started praying after entering the room. He didn't even look at me. Only when we heard Kay or Lily's voice did we rush out. What exactly is going on? Mr. Asakes was talking about the sudden appearance of a grayish-white fog in the room. After the fog entered Ludic's body, he immediately showed a painful expression and even fell to the ground. My room also, Kay or Lily said. I also recorded it with my phone. You guys take a look. Soon, Kay or Lily took out her phone and played the video she recorded. The video was very stable. The camera zoomed in and out. It was obvious that it wasn't fixed, but there were no signs of shaking at all. It seemed like it was because the maid was holding the camera very steadily. In the video, the male assistant of Duran City, Lord, was kneeling at a place specially designed for praying. His face was full of piety, and one could even see a faint milky white light emitting from his body. But soon, a thin layer of fog floated above the floor. It was more like haze, the kind of thing that was stuck with a large amount of dust and dirt. As if it had a life of its own, this strange fog suddenly surged wildly, and almost all of it rushed into the male assistant's body, entering through the pores of his body in an instant. Immediately after, the male assistant groaned and fell to the ground, instantly fainting. When everyone's attention was attracted by the video and they were surprised by the changes in the video, Miss Maid opened Ludic's eyes and observed Ludic's pupils. No one knew when she put on white gloves. "What are you doing?" Laval frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "Check his physical condition." Miss Maid didn't even raise her head as she continued to observe the changes in campus head Ludic's pupils. "You know medicine?" Lavar frowned again. He walked closer, but he didn't stop him. Miss Maid didn't answer. After observing Ludic's pupils, she quickly turned to the male assistant of Duran City and did the same thing. "How is it?" Seeing this, Duran City Lord hurriedly asked. Miss Maid returned to Boss Luo's side and looked at Boss Luo. "They don't look like they are poisoned, but they are unconscious and won't wake up in a short time. Other than that, there are no special changes in their physical condition. For the time being, they don't seem to be in danger." Hearing that there was no danger to their lives, Duran City Lord was obviously relieved. "We need to quickly send Ludic and the others to the hospital. There are more facilities and more professional doctors there. That's the only way." Mr. Asakes said they are unconscious. Without waiting for them to wake up, we can't confirm if their divine favor level is affected. Durand, it's already so late. Let's just drive them to the hospital. It'll be faster that way. "Okay, let's drive my car," Mr. Durand said directly. Asakes looked at Boss Luo and the other two. "I'll have to trouble you to stay here for the time being. If there's anything you need, just tell Kay or Lily. Mr. Durand and I will make a trip to the hospital first. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it when I return." Boss Luo simply nodded, indicating that he understood. At this moment, Laval had already carried Ludic and walked out of the door. As for Asakes and Durand, they worked together to support the male assistant. Everyone sent them off. When they passed by the corridor, Boss Luo subconsciously glanced at the landscape painting on the corridor wall. He seemed to be deep in thought. Since Boss Luo stopped, Miss Maid naturally stopped as well. She also looked at the landscape painting and fell into deep thought, as if she was reminiscing about something. "You didn't look outside." In front of them, Kay or Lily screamed again. Kay or Lily was standing by the corridor window. She covered her mouth with both hands as if she had seen something horrifying. Her body was moving backward. Nan Xiaonan hastily rushed to the corridor window and looked outside. She saw her mouth slightly open in an instant. Then she directly pushed the window door up in order to see more clearly. "What's going on? What happened? This?" Durand and Asakes walked over with the help of the male assistant. They were instantly alarmed. It was pitch black outside. There were no lights in the holy city, no skyscrapers in the holy city, and not even the statues of the saints in the Freedom Square. However, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. They could vaguely see the mountains in the distance. The outside wasn't the saint city that they were familiar with. Asakes frowned. He immediately let go of the male assistant and rushed toward the entrance of the mansion. Laval hesitated for a moment. Then he placed Ludic on the ground and quickly followed Durand. After a while, Essex and Laval came back. However, their eyes were filled with horror. What did you see? Durand, city master, took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. I think we might. Essex also took a deep breath and said, have also fallen into a strange situation. He looked at Lavar, and his expression became more serious. Lavar and I walked a few hundred meters. Aside from the Rose Mansion, we didn't see any other buildings. However, we could see some lights in the distance, and we could vaguely see the outline of a village. Village? Durand, city master, quickly took out his cell phone and found that there was no signal at all. How could this be? First, something happened to Ludic and the others. Then we moved to this place. The Saint City turned into a village in an instant. It's unbelievable. Mr. Essex, what should we do now? Laval looked at Essex calmly and asked. Essex thought for a moment and said, it's dark outside. We don't know what we will face. It's too dangerous to go out and explore now. If the sky is bright, we can wait until dawn to go out. If it's dark all the time, I'm afraid we can only test it out. Since we can only stay here for now, I suggest we close all the doors and windows of the mansion. Laval suddenly said, when I came back, I saw a forest on the left. Maybe there are some beasts. There aren't many guests in the mansion, so most of the doors and windows are closed. Essex said, there aren't many windows left open. They're only the main entrance and the back door. It'll be quick to close them. Let's act now. Kate or Lily, you come and help us. As for Mr. Luo and the other two, I'll have to trouble you and Mr. Durand to send Ludic and this assistant to the lobby. I think that in this situation, we need to stay together. The lounge in the lobby is a good choice. Then they divided the work. How could this be? In the lobby lounge of the Rose Mansion, after settling down Ludic and the assistant, Durand's city master walked back and forth with a heavy heart. It was clear that what was happening now was beyond his understanding. Ms. Yi, are they really fine except that they are unconscious? Nan Xiaonan came closer and asked in a low voice. It seems that they are fine now, Ms. Maid said calmly. Nan Xiaonan thought for a moment and said, can we wake them up? Oh no, should we wake them up? Ms. Maid said, why do we need to wake them up? Lady Nan, did you receive a request from a guest? Nan Xiaonan was speechless. She had just been employed and was not used to the operation mode of the shop. Or rather, she hadn't figured out the boss's operation mode. By the way, have you noticed this place outside? Nan Xiaonan suddenly said, I thought about it. The landscape outside is very similar to the landscape painting in the corridor. I feel that we have come to this landscape painting, and not the holy city has suddenly turned into a village. However, these two things happened almost at the same time. Is the painting in the corridor the source of the weirdness of the Rose Mansion, or some kind of breakthrough point? Lady Nan's observation is very detailed, Ms. Maid said with a chuckle. I'll go and get the painting first. Nan Xiaonan raised her nose and felt that the opportunity had come. This was the time for the new employee to show off her super strength. She pinched her sleeves, and her momentum was good. Soon, only the footsteps of Mr. Durand could be heard in the lounge of the lobby. Boss Luo and Ms. Maid sat aside quietly. He even played with Ms. Maid's fingers. He suddenly asked, is that painting painted by your father? Ms. Maid thought for a moment and said, Jacques d'Arc is the most devout person in a subworld who is qualified to enter the kingdom of heaven. She suddenly shook her head and said with a slightly complicated expression, but no matter what, every girl born in Dong Remy's village started life as Jacques' daughter. Boss Luo nodded and didn't ask further. The development of civilization in each subworld was different. They could be similar, but there would always be differences. Otherwise, Two sets of identical data would be meaningless to the system behind Araya. Since the subworlds were different, the relationships between the same people in the subworlds would be different. Just like the female singer who traveled to many subworlds because of the Horus Ring, her experiences in different subworlds would be completely different. Then, as father and daughter, the relationship between mother and daughter would naturally be good and bad. Ms. Maid's predecessor was the saint who unified many legends in the kingdom of heaven. There was only one founder of Rose Mansion, but as for the daughter saints, there were countless of them. The good and bad would be unified when Yuya's predecessor was a saint. What do you think of Rose Mansion? Boss Luo suddenly said, "From now on, you are allowed to talk to me as a guest." Miss Maid raised her head abruptly. She rarely had such a strong emotional change. The reason for her emotional change was not only because of Luocho's words, but also because she had a strange feeling. She had never had this feeling before, but she had seen too many people with this feeling. "Guests? Master me?" Boss Luo chuckled and said, "Sometimes I wonder how it would be to interact with you as a shop owner and a customer for a short period of time." Ms. Maid chuckled and said, "Probably no shop owner would wantonly play with the hands of a female customer." "It's good that you know how to joke." Boss Luo chuckled and said, "Look, isn't the effect showing?" The master and servant duo in the shop seemed to be flirting. But the Duran City Lord's expression suddenly changed, and he let out a strange sound. The Duran City Lord's face was pale, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. His body started to tremble, even his lips were trembling. The Duran City Lord was terrified and said, "How can this be? How can this be? This is impossible. This is impossible." "What is impossible?" At this moment, Mr. Asakes, Levi, and Kay or Lily returned together. It seemed that they had closed the doors and windows of the mansion. At this moment, seeing Duran City Lord's horrified expression, Mr. Arthashes couldn't help but frown. "Durand, what happened?" At this moment, Mr. Durand ran to Mr. Arthashes like a madman. He grabbed Mr. Arthashes's collar with both hands. "I can't pray anymore. I can't pray anymore. How can this be? How can this be?" "What you?" Mr. Asakes was shocked. He wanted to calm the Duran City Lord down, but the Duran City Lord seemed to have gone crazy. He laughed loudly, cried loudly, and then hugged his head tightly with both hands. At this moment, the City Lord of the Holy City actually pushed Mr. Arthashes aside and crashed into the main door of the mansion. Ka! After the door was pushed open, Mr. Durand ran into the darkness outside. "Durand, come back!" Mr. Asakes had no choice but to chase after him. However, when he arrived at the entrance, he could no longer see the Duran City Lord's silhouette in the pitch-black environment outside. At this moment, Nan Xiaonan returned with a frown. "That painting is gone. What happened here?" Chapter 2067. Later on, Mr. Levar also followed out. Together with Mr. Asakes, they carefully circled several hundred meters around the Rose Mansion. In the end, they still couldn't find the Duran City Lord who suddenly lost his mind. They returned without any results, and their expressions became more and more serious. "It's too dark outside, and the road isn't easy to walk on. Also, we don't know where Durand ran to." Mr. Asake sighed and said, "Even if we shouted, he didn't respond. Why can't he pray all of a sudden?" Levar couldn't help but frown. The moment Duran City Lord lost his mind, he happened to be there, so he witnessed this scene. But regarding this matter, no one could give an answer. Time quietly passed in this mysterious situation. Suddenly, "I can't pray either." Mr. Levary's voice was slightly strange. Arthashes abruptly looked over, as though he was trying to determine if Rival was all right. If Rival was unable to withstand the stimulation like Durand, then the situation would be extremely bad. Maybe it's because we were teleported to this place by some unknown method. Although Levary's expression looked bad, it wasn't abnormal. Or it could be said that he was successfully resisting the impact of not being able to pray with his powerful endurance. For a devout believer, or even a petitioner, being unable to pray would undoubtedly shake the foundation of their spiritual world. Once they fell into self-doubt, it would easily cause their faith to collapse. Mr. Arthaces could understand that feeling very well. He took a deep breath and patted LeVar's shoulder lightly. "That's right. The reason you can't pray must be because we're in the middle of this anomaly. It's definitely not because there's something wrong with your nature. Only by stabilizing this thought, your faith will easily disappear." At this moment, LeVar took a deep look at Mr. Arthaces. He knew that Mr. Arthaces had most likely comprehended these things himself, because he knew that Mr. Arthaces was a person who couldn't pray. Maid Kay or Lily was also the same. This was the situation of the master and servant in the Rose Mansion. What he knew was also what Ludic, who was in a coma, knew about the current situation. However, this matter had always been covered up. For a long time, Ludic Headmaster would use different methods to spend a lot of willpower crystal cards at the Rose Mansion. It was the same for playing cards and buying flowers. That was why the principal's office in the City of Freedom Academy was like a garden of roses. In fact, Principal Ludic didn't know how to plant flowers at all. But if he didn't do this, if he didn't pretend to be someone who was obsessed with roses, his actions of constantly buying roses from Rose Mansion would easily arouse suspicion. Let's make everything a little more reasonable, or at least make it logically sound so that we can deceive people. Sometimes white lies are necessary, Levi. These were the words that Ludic had once said to LeVar. At the very least, it made sense from a logical point of view. Then, the reason why he couldn't pray was also attributed to this anomaly, so that he could avoid the instantaneous impact of self-doubt on his faith. This was also logical. LeVar had been by Ludic's side for many years, so it was easy for him to simulate Ludic's logic. When he tried to pray, he was unable to receive any response at the moment of prayer. In that instant, he almost ended up like Mr. Durand. "I'm fine." LeVar regained his composure and said slowly. At the same time, he looked at Boss Luo, Maid, and Nan Xiaonan. I can't pray either." Nan Xiaonan quickly said, "It's the same as you." Anyway, even the destiny system was a fake, so she might as well take advantage of this opportunity to avoid some unexpected situations in the future. LeVar suddenly said, "Just now, when I chased after Mayor Durand, you came back. You seem to have said that the painting in the corridor disappeared. What did you say? What do you mean? Why did you look for this painting?" Nan Xiaonan didn't look at Boss Luo and Maid. If she did, it would be too stupid and would easily arouse LeVar's suspicion. She could only carefully say, "I saw the scenery painting in the corridor during the day. According to my memory, the scenery outside Rose Mansion seems to be very similar to the scenery in the painting." "You said similar?" LeVar frowned. Mr. Arthaces suddenly looked at her. He knew which painting Nan Xiaonan was referring to. "Yes, but I wasn't sure, so I wanted to find it to compare," Nan Xiaonan helplessly said. "But when I arrived, there was only a mark left on the wall." LeVar said, "The painting was hanging on the wall. How could it suddenly disappear? Unless someone deliberately took the painting away before you arrived." "Who?" Nan Xiaonan asked directly. LeVar said indifferently, "It could be you because you said the painting disappeared. You are suspected of hiding the painting on purpose." "How can you say that?" Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but sneer. LeVar didn't care and continued, "But it could also be me. When Mr. Arthaces and I separated and closed the door, we didn't say that we could prove that I didn't take the painting away. Similarly, I'm also a suspect. Kate or Lily is also a suspect." Arthaces continued LeVar's words. "Even you guys? Because for us, when it happened, we were in a state where we couldn't prove ourselves. This is a big problem." Nan Xiaonan shook her head. She walked to the side of Boss Luo and Maid. Mr. Arthaces, including himself, there were 3 of them. "Well, 3 vs 3, no fear. This kind of meaningless formation splitting has no effect on the strange situation we are in now. Asakes shook his head at this moment. The saint always said that the power must be concentrated on one point to be able to break the most powerful shield. Everyone, let's put aside our prejudices for now and get through this difficult situation first. LeVar nodded lightly. Boss Luo glanced at Miss Maid quietly with a smile in the corner of his eyes, as if he was asking, "When did you start to talk so much?" Maid replied with a helpless look, "No, I didn't say that." "LeVar, you can ask me about the landscape painting. I think I know which one this young lady is talking about. That painting is the work of my ancestor Jacques d'Arc when he was in his twilight years, and it has been left in the mansion as a decoration. I have seen it many times. Now that I think about it, the world outside the mansion does look like the content of the painting," Mr. Asakes continued. "Your ancestor?" LeVar's expression changed slightly. The saint's father! He seemed to find it difficult to connect the strangeness in this with the noble identity of the saint's father. "It's impossible for the painting to disappear by itself." LeVar tapped his fingers on the table. "Everyone, let's put aside the assumption that the painting has the ability to disappear by itself. Let's assume that if we didn't take down the painting, what other situation would make a painting disappear? What's the situation?" Nan Xiaonan thought for a moment. Then she thought of another possibility. Boss Luo said, "Mr. LeVar, you mean that other than us there are other people in the mansion?" "Let's assume that there are other people." LeVar nodded. "Continue." Boss Luo said, "We stayed in the mansion during the day, and we didn't see other guests when we checked in. Kate or Lily also said that other than us, there are no other people in the mansion." "It's true." Maid Kay or Lily said hurriedly, "Because of the strange situation, there are no other guests in the mansion. If there were, how could there be no movement for a whole day?" Nan Xiaonan said, "It's hard to say. There are so many rooms in the mansion, and we didn't open every room when we chose the rooms. It's not impossible to hide someone in the mansion." The maid immediately panicked and looked helplessly at her boss, Mr. Arthashes. "Before you, there were no other guests. I can prove it if you are willing to believe me," Mr. Asakes said calmly. Boss Luo smiled. "I believe that Mr. Asakes is a person who doesn't lie. Then we can only assume that there is an undiscovered guest in the mansion, and it was this guest that secretly took away the painting. This guest must be related to the sudden change outside the mansion. It might even be related to the fainting of Mr. Ludick and the others. It is very likely that this guest is the culprit behind the mansion's drop in the level of the favored. How do you plan to find this person?" Mr. Arthasys thought for a moment and said, "If we split up to search for it, it's very likely that we'll be attacked separately. If we move together, it might not be impossible for it to avoid us. In fact, it might have already secretly left the mansion and gone outside. As for how big it is outside, we have no way of knowing." LeVar sighed. "Over the years, the principal has provided a lot of willpower. Mr. Asakes, why don't you install some surveillance cameras in the mansion?" Asakes was embarrassed. He coughed and said, "The daily maintenance of the mansion is very expensive, and I have to pay the workers' salaries." Boss Luo asked curiously, "Other than Miss Kay or Lily, are there any other employees?" Asakes said, "Yes, there are actually 3 employees, a chef and 2 building attendants. But after the mansion closed down, I temporarily fired them. The reopening will happen in a few days, and I don't plan to call them back." Boss Luo nodded to show that he knew, but he didn't intend to ask further. At this moment, Laval took a memo from the counter in the lobby and opened it. He wrote on it in front of everyone. What to do next? 1. Find Mr. Durand. 2. Explore the outside world. 3. Find the landscape painting that disappeared. 4. Find another person who might exist. 5. Find a way to leave this place. 6. Take care of Mr. Ludick and the assistant of City Lord Durand. I don't know his name. 7. Replenish stamina. As he wrote, Laval looked at everyone and said, To search for Mr. Durand and explore the outside world, we can only wait until dawn. Now, the things that we can do within the mansion are the third, fourth, sixth, and seventh rules. The most important thing is to investigate and see if there are still people hiding in the dark corners. It should be said that Mr. LeVar was indeed a secretary. He was very good at summarizing and organizing the situation. No one had any objections to LeVar's summary. Soon a decision was made. Currently, the people in the mansion were divided into two groups. One group stayed to take care of Mr. Luddick and the male assistant, while the other group checked the rooms to find the missing landscape painting and possible guests. Luo Reaper Kaneda Conan University student Cho, who liked to explore, volunteered. Mr. Sakes agreed to join the operation, while Kay or Lily stayed. LeVar was also automatically assigned to the operation group. In this way, it meant that all three parties contributed manpower. Let's start from the mansion's courtyard and circle around. LeVar said directly the doors and windows should all be closed. This way, the efficiency will be higher. I'll go get some food for everyone. Maid Kay or Lily stood up. Chapter 2068. Late at night, almost all the places in the Saint City turned off their lights. Although the Saint City didn't prohibit people from going out at night, there were no entertainment places that could corrupt people. There were no such things in the Holy Light world. Although it was human nature to stay up late, people only stayed up to pray in the Holy Light Kingdom. They never stayed up to play. Let's have fun together. A drunkard who looked like a homeless man with a big bottle of wine in one hand suddenly appeared on the quiet street. The drunkard danced around as if he had forgotten who he was and what he was doing. He was doing things that shouldn't be done in the Holy Light Kingdom. At the same time, there were three people who coldly watched this drunkard's behavior. The white-clothed young man, Angel Longdu, who had lost his mouth, and the other female angel. Although Longdu had lost his mouth, it was only for the time he stayed in the Holy Light Kingdom. After calming down, Angel Longdu knew that he had gone too far, so he didn't complain about the punishment at all. However, he was an extreme believer of the Holy Light Kingdom. In Angel Longdu's eyes, the drunkard's appearance and his disgraceful behavior were like heresy. Heresy needed to be purified. The holy light flame of judgment was burning in Angel Longdu's hand. He was waiting for the white-clothed young man's signal. "He's a little strange," the white-clothed young man said calmly. "Investigate him." "Yes," the female angel quickly responded. At this moment, Angel Longdu withdrew the holy light flame and knocked this drunkard unconscious. The white-clothed young man said, "You guys wait for me here." Then the white-clothed young man slowly walked up a stone staircase to a building on the slope. It was a place called Rose Mansion. Angel Longdu frowned and glanced at the female angel beside him. "My lady, you still care about that saint." His mouth was still closed, and this was the sound of spiritual resonance. "You're still muted, Longdu," the female angel said calmly. "I know." Angel Longdu's voice vibrated again. "But, my lady, you don't have to do this." "Let's see what's wrong with this guy." The female angel shook her head and changed the topic. "Open his destiny system and check his record." The angels who were granted entry to the Holy Light Kingdom had the right to open the destiny system and check their records. At the end of the stairs, the first thing the white-clothed young man saw was the worn-out signboard that even had signs of being bitten. The door of the Rose Mansion was unlatched, and the light of the lights came from the lobby. However, with the white-clothed youth's hearing, he was unable to hear a single sound from within the Rose Mansion. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. The door was ajar and the lights were on, but there was no one in the mansion, which was a little strange. The white-clothed young man frowned and directly walked into the Rose Mansion. In this Holy Light Kingdom, there was no need for him to be careful of anything. Nothing here could hurt him in the slightest. It was just that when he walked in the Rose Mansion, he didn't see a single person, but there were clear signs of life here. There was even tea and some leftover food. All of this proved that, at least a few hours ago, there were still people here who just left in a hurry. But even if they were in a hurry, they wouldn't have left the door open. It was more like they had suddenly disappeared. Moreover, there were quite a few people who had disappeared. The white-clothed young man walked in the hallway of the mansion with his hands behind his back. Suddenly he stopped. A landscape painting attracted his attention, and his gaze naturally landed on the name on the painting. Jacques d'Arc. He remembered this man's name. This was the name of the saint's father, and it was also the saint who personally brought this man from a certain small world to this holy light kingdom. This Jacques d'Arc was the most devout one among the many people, and he was qualified to do so. Things remain the same, but people have changed. The white-clothed young man was dazed for a moment, and his gaze quickly moved away from the landscape painting. He continued to walk in the mansion, but in the end he didn't find anything. He didn't touch anything in the mansion, and even the ajar door remained the same. He returned to the place where the two angels were waiting. The two angels had strange expressions on their faces. The white-clothed young man thought for a moment and directly asked, "Did you find anything?" Angel Lang couldn't speak, and he didn't dare to use spiritual resonance in front of the white-clothed young man. He could only look at the female angel beside him. At this moment, the female angel's expression was solemn, and she lightly spat out two words, "Poison." The white-clothed young man frowned, and his eyes seemed to be full of spirit as he stared at the unconscious drunkard. At this moment, the drunkard's face was red, and he was sweating profusely. Why did his body temperature rise? The white-clothed young man asked in confusion. The female angel shook her head and revealed a puzzled expression. "I don't know. He wasn't like this a moment ago." At this moment, the drunkard's body began to twitch crazily. In just a few seconds, his body suddenly caught fire. Spontaneous combustion. Mr. Asakes, Levi, and Boss Luo's three-person team were still searching for the third party and the missing landscape painting in the mansion. 5,200 they had entered the mansion from the courtyard, and they opened the rooms one by one to check carefully. They only exchanged glances and shook their heads. Suddenly, Lavar looked at Arthashis and asked, "Speaking of which, this painting is a landscape painting made by your ancestors, Mr. Arthashis. Do you know where this painting is from? Perhaps it can be used as a reference for our current location." Asakes thought for a moment and said, "I heard that this landscape painting was made by my ancestor based on his memories. It is the scenery of his hometown." "Hometown?" Levi frowned subconsciously. "Your ancestor's hometown? Isn't it?" Levi's expression suddenly became serious. This was the landscape painting of the father of the sage's hometown, which meant that this was the sage's hometown as well. However, the sage's birthplace had always been a secret, and the sage had publicly announced that no one was allowed to investigate this birthplace. Therefore, in the Sage City, no one knew where the sage's hometown was. In fact, not only the sage in the Sage City, but the other 7 similar existences also couldn't find out where their birthplaces were. There was no record of it at all. If this landscape painting was really about the sage's hometown, it meant that this landscape painting was most likely about the Holy Light Kingdom. At least in the Sage City, this was the only important record of this kind of information. "You actually hung such an important thing in the hallway." Levi looked at Mr. Asakes in disbelief. Arthashis shrugged and said, "Many people want to take photos as a memento when they check in." "Levi, this is a project that generates income, and the income is very high. If I seal it, it won't be able to give me 0. 1 point of wish, and I haven't seen this ancestor before, so it can't even give me memories?" Levi wanted to roll his eyes, but he was too well educated, so his face was paralyzed. He shook his head and said, "If this painting records the sage's hometown, then it will be very troublesome. This means that we really don't know anything about the outside of the mansion." Asakes suddenly looked at Boss Luo and said, "Mr. Luo, you are a traveler from the 7 capitals. Have you been here before, or heard of a place like this?" Levi looked at this quiet young man with curiosity. He didn't speak much, but when he spoke, he would always become the focus of everyone's attention. Unknowingly, they would even listen to him. However, when he didn't speak, it was very easy for people to ignore his existence. As for the traveler from the 7 capitals that Asakes mentioned, he was actually referring to those who didn't stay in any of the 7 capitals. In order to do that, they first needed to meet the requirements of all 7 capitals. Because they could create wish through prayer, in theory, the people in the Holy Light Kingdom could travel their entire lives because they wouldn't starve to death. Boss Luo smiled slightly at this time. When I traveled before, I read in a relic that the hometown of the sage seems to be a village called Donrami, but I haven't been to this village. Donrami? Levi's expression changed, and he secretly remembered the name of the village. Then he said, ruins? What kind of ruins, and where is the approximate location? Boss Luo blinked and said, sorry, I don't know the specific location. Because it was a very strange floating on the sea. The ocean currents brought me to a magical island, where the entire island seemed to be alive. But later I found out that it was very likely just a dream, because I couldn't find this place later. I see. Levi nodded. That's really a pity. After all, this may be an extremely important discovery. This involved the basic concept of trust between people in the Holy Light Kingdom. For strangers, the people in the Holy Light Kingdom wouldn't subconsciously guard against them, and they basically adopted a trusting attitude. Because this was a kingdom without lies and deception. Sounds like a romantic adventure story. Asakes said with some yearning. I also want to be such a traveler. If it wasn't for the Rose Mansion left behind by my ancestors, I would also want to go out and see the Holy Light Kingdom and have a fantasy adventure like yours. Levi said, Mr. Luo, other than the name of the village, did you find any other records of the village in the ruins? Perhaps you still have some impression of it? Boss Luo thought for a while and said, there was a farm, the Freedom City. Sage seemed to be born as the farm owner's daughter. Farm? Levi nodded and said, at dawn, perhaps we can try to see if there are any farms nearby. When Mr. Asakes and I went out for the first time, we saw lights in the distance, so there must be someone outside. Asakes said, we basically searched all the places that we could search, but we didn't find anyone. If this third person really exists, he or she should have already left the mansion. There's no point in us continuing to search. Let's go back to the lobby and meet up with Kay or Lily. I also want to see if Ludic woke up. When the operation team returned to the lobby, Asakes saw the woman, who was very dignified at first glance. She was holding a cup and looking at it under the light. The cup was filled with red liquid. Red wine. Asakes was slightly surprised. There's still red wine in the mansion. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but smell the extreme poverty from this mansion owner's question. But Kay or Lily quickly walked to Asesh's side, pulled his clothes, and whispered something in his ear. What blood? Arthashiz's expression changed slightly, and he looked in the direction of Miss Maid in bewilderment. But this didn't interrupt Miss Maid's observation of the liquid in the cup. At this moment, Ludic and the assistant were covered with blankets, and they looked like they were sleeping. Asakes took a deep breath and shook off the scene that Kay or Lily just described from his mind. He resisted the urge to open the blanket and take a look. We have searched carefully, and we didn't find anything suspicious. Asakes took a deep breath. That is to say, we're safe for the time being. This is a good news among all the misfortunes. Levi nodded. Next, let's plan the rest time. We need to take turns to keep watch, and we can't all sleep too soundly. Now the time shown on my mobile phone is 3:12 in the morning. If it's still dark 3 hours later, we need to recalculate the time outside. You can take a rest first, and I'll be the first one to keep watch. 1 hour later, Mr. Asakes will take over from me. Okay. Asakes nodded. On the other side, Luaccio came to Miss Maid, and he was very interested in what interesting things ye could tell him. There were 2 cups in front of Miss Maid, which were filled with blood. Obviously, They were the blood of Ludic and the assistant, respectively. "Master, look," Miss Maid suddenly said in a low voice. Then she poured some liquor into the cup, filled with blood, and lit it up. The flame rose, but it soon disappeared. It seemed that it was just for heating. After a short period of heating, the blood in the cup had some strange changes. The red blood in the cup gradually turned into milky white color. "Why is it like this?" Boss Luo asked curiously. Miss Maid shook her head. "I don't know for now, but if the blood changes after heating, I'll assume that if we don't consider the problem of oxidation in the air when the human body temperature rises, the blood may have similar changes in the human body." White blood. Boss Luo took the cup from Miss Maid's hand and gently fanned the rim of the cup with his palm. He shook his head and said, "There is no smell of blood." Chapter 2069. The burning fire gradually died out. The burnt body fell on the corner of the street in the middle of the night. Then a gray, dust-like ball of light slowly emerged from the corpse's chest. In the next instant, this gray ball of light directly wanted to rush into the sky. When a person died, his soul would return to the embrace of the Lord. The people in the Holy Light Kingdom could see the souls of the dead entering the embrace of the Lord. Therefore, they believed in the existence of the Lord. However, at this moment, the drunkard's soul didn't enter the embrace of the Lord. It was intercepted and fell into the hands of the young man in white, a contaminated soul like a bacterium. The young man in white clenched his fist and formed a cage, trapping the drunkard's soul. I hope this is only the first case. Otherwise, the two high-level angels beside the young man in white didn't know what would happen. However, both the angel Londo and the female angel guessed that this might be a top secret of the kingdom of heaven. Perhaps only the angels at the level of seraphim could know about it. "Master," this drunkard couldn't have spontaneously combusted. The female angel thought for a moment and said, "We checked the logs of his destiny system and found that he became frustrated recently. He couldn't even concentrate on praying and felt very anxious. Later, through the recommendation of a friend, he tried to take a miraculous medicine." The young man in white waved his hand and said calmly, "Someone is coming. It should be the people from the public security office. Let's leave this place first." The female angel nodded quickly. This time, the young man in white didn't want to disturb the humans in the Holy Light Kingdom. He didn't want to disturb the people in the Holy Light Kingdom. "Then this body, take it with us," the young man in white said directly. After a while, a patrol team from the public security office came to this place. They sensed some noises and hurried over. However, apart from a burn mark on the ground, there was nothing else to be found. Strange. This smell seems to come from burning animal fat. The mark on the ground is also. The men from the public security office frowned. "You guys go around and see if you can find anything," the leader of the patrol team said to his team members. Everyone nodded and left. However, the patrol team didn't find anything useful for the rest of the night. In the end, the matter was left unsettled for the time being. Rose Mansion lobby. Boss Luo didn't disclose the discovery that the blood would mutate when it was heated. Although Asakes and Lavar were paying attention to this side, they weren't fully focused on observing this side. For the rest of the night, they took a few shifts. When the time on the phone showed that it was 6 a.m, they could already see a faint light coming from outside the window. They could already see the outline of the landscape outside the Rose Mansion, and it was no longer dark. This meant that in this strange place, the time of day and night was normal. Based on the time when they came here, it was normal. I'll go boil some water for everyone." The maid got up with a tired face. Originally, she wanted to say that she was going to prepare breakfast. However, she remembered that Rose Mansion was still a very poor mansion. Yesterday, she only went out to pay the electricity bill and didn't have time to buy some ingredients. Everyone woke up one by one. Lavar rubbed his forehead and said, "When the sun rises, we'll start searching the surroundings for Mr. Durand." Also, we'll go to the place where we saw the light last night. Let's split up according to last night's arrangement. Ladies, stay in the mansion and try not to go out. Wait for us to come back. Mr. Asakes said, Kay or Lily, find some flowers in the garden and wet them. If anything happens, light them. I'll keep an eye on the direction of the mansion. If something happens, we'll come back immediately. Now, in this strange place, the mobile phone couldn't be used except to check the time. They could only use this method to communicate. The female servant of the mansion responded and quickly went to prepare the food. At this time, Mr. Arthaces left alone for a while, but soon returned with some ancient weapons, bows and arrows, hunting rifles. LeVar frowned. It wasn't because these things looked very old and had a lot of history. Instead, it was because these things were prohibited even in Freedom City, one of the 7 most free capitals. Mr. Asakes shrugged and said, Don't look at me like that. These things were left behind by my ancestors, and they have always been stored in the basement. It's said that the saint used these things before. Is this considered a holy relic? LeVar's frown deepened. He took a rusty iron sword from Arthashes's hand, pulled it out, and looked at it. He couldn't help but shake his head. It's really hard to associate this thing with a holy relic. He then carefully placed this rusty iron sword on the table, but it was obvious that he didn't want to wear it. At this time, Miss Maid suddenly picked up the iron sword and said indifferently, You men are all out, so leave this sword for us ladies. Mr. Asakes nodded indifferently and said, Actually, there are a few sharp kitchen knives in the kitchen that might be more suitable for ladies' wrists. I'm afraid this sword really can't cut anything. I think it's pretty good. Miss Maid smiled and then pressed the iron sword to her waist, as if she was about to pull it out. Mr. LeVar had been practicing his swordsmanship, and his eyes lit up. It's a very standard action, Mississippi. Miss Maid just smiled faintly. Laval thought for a moment and finally picked up the shotgun. He looked at it and found that it could still be used, so he carried the shotgun on his back. Mr. Asakes picked up the bow and arrows. Boss Luo didn't have any weapons, so he smiled and said, If you don't mind, you can protect me. Mr. Asakes shook his head. After thinking for a while, he walked out for a while and brought back a pair of large scissors that were originally used to build the courtyard. He stuffed it into Boss Luo's hands and said, It's better than nothing. Take it. Boss Luo held the large scissors and pulled it open. He cut the air with a strange expression. Okay, then I'll take it. Scissors can also be a very powerful weapon. Nan Xiaonan saw this and took deep breaths. She almost laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Then we'll go out and explore. If possible, we'll try our best to find some food. Mr. Asakes reminded them before leaving. Unless we come back or Durand comes back awake, don't open the door. We'll be back before dark. Be careful. Ms. Maid looked at Boss Luo and said softly, Wilderness, mountains. This was a wilderness that was completely different from the urban atmosphere. Mr. Asakes seemed to be in a good mood. In his words, this reminded him of the time when he lived in the countryside with Ludic when he was young. Mr. Asakes also lived in the countryside? Boss Luo asked curiously. Levi explained. Mr. Asakes and Principal Ludic studied under a respectable scholar when they were young. That scholar was a person who loved to travel. He brought them to the territories under the Holy City for a period of time to broaden their horizons. Old Calvin only needed 2 coolies to carry his luggage. Asakes shrugged and said, This old man lived the life of an ascetic. He was devout, but at the same time he was an idiot who didn't even know how to wash his own clothes. Laval pretended that he didn't hear such disrespectful words, even though similar words could often be heard from Headmaster Ludic's mouth. Boss Luo asked, How far is the direction where you saw the light last night? It shouldn't be too far. Asakes recalled, but it was too dark last night. It was hard to judge the distance with the faint light, but logically we should be there soon. Strange. Why does it look so barren in front? Maybe we can climb to a higher place to take a look. Levi pointed at a tall tree in front of them and said, right at this moment, something suddenly rushed toward the three of them. Is this a wild boar? Arthaces reacted immediately. Get out of the way. If we are hit by this thing, we will lose half of our lives. With this, Asax hurriedly took out the bow on his back and put an arrow on it. He pulled the bowstring with his fingers, and the arrow was shot out. Whoosh! The arrow accurately shot into the sky and then fell to somewhere unknown. Boss Luo couldn't help but blink his eyes. At this time, LeVar shook his head and picked up the shotgun. Then, with a bang, the bullet did not shoot out. The reason was that the barrel had exploded. Fortunately, it was a rather old model shotgun. However, LeVar's face was still covered in ash. Boss Luo couldn't help but blink his eyes again. These two looked like human elites? Why did they suddenly have cramps? Run, run. Mr. Arthakis screamed in horror. Climb up the tree. The wild boar can't climb up. Levi made a prompt decision and jumped up the tree trunk. He clamped his legs tightly, then he couldn't climb up. Even though he tried his best to kick his legs to make his body ascend, his body soon slid down. They really looked like human elites, didn't they? Get down. At this moment, a clear voice sounded in the forest. Boss Luo heard it and moved aside. A long and narrow black shadow passed by him quickly, and then directly entered the body of the wild boar that was charging at him. It was an arrow, but it was obviously not shot by Mr. Asax, who had cramps. The arrow directly hit between the wild boar's eyebrows. It was a fatal blow. I'm saved. Mr. Arthasis heaved a sigh of relief and leaned against the tree trunk. Levi slowly slid down and then tidied up his clothes. He returned to his human elite appearance, but his face was a little darker, because of the gunpowder from the shotgun. It is very dangerous here. There are many wild beasts. Why are you three so careless? It was a girl with short blonde hair. She was wearing a hunting suit and looked a little thin. She pulled the bowstring and pointed at the ground, slowly approaching them. This girl was indeed a little thin. It was hard to imagine that her arrow could kill a huge wild boar. This girl was probably only 14 or 15 years old. Being saved by such a young girl, Arthaces couldn't help but blush. Shortly after, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. He looked at LeVar, and LeVar's eyes had a similar expression. A girl appeared here, which meant that this place was not absolutely desolate. If there was someone here, then many questions could be answered. The girl was already 5 meters away from the exploration team, but she stopped. She maintained her posture of pulling the bowstring, and her eyes focused. Your clothes are very strange. Where did you come from? I have never seen you in the village before. Who are you? Hello, madam. Mr. Asax said politely, we are lost travelers. We're looking for a nearby village and hope to get some supplies. The girl was silent for a moment. She suddenly raised the bow and pointed the arrow at Mr. Asax. She said indifferently, You don't look like a good person. I don't believe your words. You say it. You are more pleasing to the eye. Then the arrow moved slowly and pointed at Boss Luo, who was standing behind Arthaces and Laval and had nowhere to put the scissors. Mr. Asax wanted to curse. He used to be a handsome man on par with Mr. Liddick. Although he did not care about his appearance, his charm as a mature man had increased. Boss Luo blinked and said, We are indeed lost travelers. We also want to look for a settlement nearby to get some supplies and ask for information about this place. Mr. Asax could not help but shake his head. He even resisted the urge to roll his eyes. This did not mean that he did not say anything. If you are an outsider, it is indeed easy to get lost in this forest. The girl with the bow nodded and said, I can temporarily believe your words, but there is a condition. You have to help me carry this wild boar back. I will be behind you and show you the way. What the F asterisk CK? What the F asterisk CK? What the F asterisk CK? Mr. Asax cursed in his mind. He was really a handsome man on par with Mr. Luddick. He was the most handsome man in the capital of Freedom Academy. It is a fair trade. Boss Luo smiled and said, I think my companions will agree. The girl did not say anything. She simply ordered the 3 members of the exploration team to pick up branches and some wear-resistant vines. They made temporary tools to facilitate the transportation of the wild boar. In the end, the girl pointed out the direction, and the 3 members of the exploration team began to drag the wild boar forward. Right, my name is Jean d'Arc. The girl said casually, what about you? What are your names? Chapter 2070. Under the guidance of the girl, the members of the exploration group finally carried the wild boar to a small wooden hut at the edge of the forest. The small wooden hut didn't look like a house where people lived for a long time. It was more like a temporary resting place. However, behind the wooden hut, there was a fence and a lot of dried food. It looked like someone lived here for a long time. Mr. Assakes had to ask in confusion. This wild boar, aren't we bringing it back to the village? Why do you want to bring it back to the village? The girl asked in return. Mr. Assakes said matter-of-factly, such a big wild boar can be eaten for a long time, right? Aren't you a hunter in the village, or a hunter's daughter? The girl said indifferently, the village doesn't lack food, and we don't even lack meat. Mr. Laval listened and couldn't help but frown. Then, why does this wooden hut store so many, supplies? Personal hobby. The girl shrugged. I've always had the habit of hunting, but my family isn't used to this hobby of mine. In order to not let my family know I can't bring the game home, so I can only store it here. Over time, there are more and more things. Storing so much food, are you a hamster? Although Mr. Assakes wanted to ask this question, he thought of the girl's terrifying archery skills and decided not to say it. Then, what about this wild boar? Mr. Laval asked tentatively. The girl said, I won't come out to hunt for a while, so I'll dry this wild boar first. Otherwise, when I come here next time, there will be problems. You guys come and help. This seemed to be a very straightforward girl. Although she looked like she was only 14 or 15 years old, she was very nimble. Hey, Mr. Arthas's neck couldn't help but shrink back, because he saw with his own eyes that the girl swayed her body and lifted the axe. Then, using the inertia and some skills, she directly chopped off the wild boar's head, letting out blood. Whether it was the boss of Rose Mansion or the secretary of Capital of Freedom Academy, they were both from a scholarly family. When had they ever seen such a bloody scene? The scene of bloodletting caused a lot of commotion. The 2 gentlemen's faces were somewhat unsightly as they moved away a little. However, although the young girl looked very frail, she did not seem to have any difficulty in slaughtering the wild boar. In fact, it could even be said that she was quite skilled. But this wild boar was really too big. It was not comparable to the small animals that were being dried in the sun behind the house. Looks like I'll have to come here again tomorrow. Let's marinate the meat first. It's a pity that the pig blood looks like I can only throw it away. The girl quickly took out some pickling ingredients from the wooden house and began to fiddle with them. Boss Luo didn't say anything and just helped her. The girl was surprised to find that this guy, who looked the quietest and most like a noble young master, was actually the one who knew how to do these chores the best. Moreover, his completion rate was beyond her expectations. It could even be said that he was quite good. As for Assakes, who was the oldest among the 3 and looked a little sloppy, he was barely able to do the job. The guy who called himself Levi was really sloppy. It was obvious that he had never done any work before. The girl had her own observations and speculations. They didn't look like travelers who ate and slept in the wild. But this young man called Mr. Luo really knew a lot of survival skills in the wild. It was really strange. It was the first time she saw someone make a fire so fast. It was even faster than the original owner of the wooden house. Levi saw that he couldn't help much, so he simply walked around the wooden house and came back. You seem to be looking for something. The girl who was marinating the meat suddenly looked up and asked Levi who came back. Asakes gave a look and Levi said, "One of our companions went missing. I don't know if you noticed that other than us, there were other traces of activity in the forest." "Missing?" The girl immediately stopped what she was doing and asked with a frown, "When did this happen?" Asakes quickly said, "It should be around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning." He was suddenly stimulated by something and ran away. But it was too dark at that time, and we didn't see where he went. We could only wait until dawn to look for him. Then we met you. I didn't see the companion you mentioned. The girl shook her head and then said calmly, "But the forest at night is very dangerous. If you can't find him, you may have to be mentally prepared. You shouldn't go out when it's dark. The world outside the village is very dangerous." "The world outside the village?" Boss Luo suddenly asked curiously. The girl pointed at the forest behind her and then a mountain on the other side, connecting them into a line. "The elders in the village said that a terrifying demon lives in this area. It will come out at night and eat people." "Demon?" Levi and Asakes couldn't help but look at each other. Asakes frowned and said, "So, because of this legend, you have been trapped in the village and can't go out?" The girl said indifferently, "I think there are some problems with your understanding. Maybe it's related to the lack of intelligence. I said that it will only come out at night. I didn't say that it can't come out during the day. You guys, didn't you come from the outside? Why are you looking at me like that?" In the end, the girl couldn't help but look at Luochio. She saw that Boss Luo's expression was a bit strange. It seemed that there were some strange emotions. Boss Luo said with a smile. The way the girl spoke reminded him of a friend. The young girl, Rang Na, did not mind and simply said, "You should be mentally prepared. A person who disappears at night might really have disappeared." "Why do you say that?" Boss Luo asked. The girl said, "This house originally belonged to an old hunter. Then one day he walked into the forest at night and never came back. Maybe he just left this place?" Asakes thought and said, "Maybe he just didn't want you to know." The girl didn't answer. She just looked at Asakes indifferently. Arthashis could not help but wonder if he had said something wrong to make the other party think that there was something wrong with his intelligence. Damn it, back in the day, I was as famous as Ludic in the capital of Freedom Academy as the handsome boy. Boss Luo said casually, "Miss Jenna, your hunting skills should have been inherited from that old hunter, right?" The girl nodded softly and then said, "This wild boar should take some time to be dealt with. If you guys are hungry, find something to eat. The food in the house is just there anyway, but I don't have time to make it for you guys. You can make it yourself. You can also use the tools in the house." The girl's attitude changed so quickly that Mr. Asakes rolled his eyes. "Then we won't hold back." Boss Luo smiled. His eyes were already looking at the iron stew pot placed outside the wooden house. "You're early too, Mr. Hank." "You're early too. Mississippi, may the saint bless you. My Mississippi, may the saint bless you too, sir." In a corner of the Holy City Street, a peaceful greeting was staged. The man looked quite elegant, like a scholar. However, Hank's identity was a registered doctor in a nearby clinic. He was currently living alone in this lady's rented house. Mr. Hank looked like he was ready to go to work. He politely greeted the acquaintances he met on the way. Finally, he got on the tram and left the residential area. On the high ground between the buildings, there were 3 pairs of eyes silently watching Mr. Hank's whereabouts: the young man in white and the 2 high-level angels under him. According to my understanding, this guy named Hank immigrated from the capital of the Old Covenant, one of the 7 capitals, about 5 years before the Holy Light Kingdom. The female angel's voice was crisp. After he came to the capital of freedom, he quickly passed the medical practitioner's exam and opened a private clinic nearby. According to the log of the Destiny system, the guy who spontaneously combusted last night took the medicine from Hank's clinic, the capital of the Old Covenant. The young man in white frowned. The female angel quickly said, "Maybe it's just a cover for his identity. As long as we open Hank's destiny system, we'll know at a glance." The young man in white nodded and said calmly, "Follow me. It smells so good." Mr. Sakes took a deep breath. The smell of food that he had never smelled before came from the iron stew pot. He recognized the ingredients used by the residents of this mansion, but he couldn't recognize the food after it was made into a finished product. Which capital did this delicacy come from? Mr. Sakes couldn't help but be curious. He felt that if he could learn it, the kitchen of Rose Mansion might be upgraded to a higher level in the future. Boss Luo smiled and said casually, "I learned it from Master Lu at a place called Chrysanthemum Tower." Chrysanthemum. What Chrysanthemum Tower? Chrysanthemum Tower. Where is this Chrysanthemum Tower? Mr. Sakes was in high spirits. Boss Luo smiled and said, "To be specific, it's not within the scope of the 7 capitals. It's somewhere in the east of the Holy Light Kingdom." "That's a pity." Sakes shook his head with a look of pity. "If there's a chance, I really want to visit this amazing chef." In the Holy Light Kingdom, although all the towns were built around the 7 capitals, this was more like the result of the continuous expansion of the 7 capitals over a long period of time. However, in fact, at the junction of the 7 capitals, or in the territories that were farther away than the official records of the 7 capitals, there were still some areas that also believed in the Holy Light but were not included in the management of the 7 capitals. Few people knew about these things. When they were young, Sakes and Ludic traveled with their teacher and once arrived at such a settlement, which was why they had such knowledge. These places also believed in the Holy Light but did not have a fixed belief in any of the 7 capitals. Basically, they directly believed in the Heavenly Father. This smell is really special. Is there a trick to it? Mr. Sakes sighed again. "It's onions. I added onions." When the pot was opened, the smell of the food instantly reached its peak. Even the young girl, Jahan, who had been quietly working, could not help but stop. Boss Luo used the wooden bowls found in the house to divide the food in the pot and distributed it to everyone. Sakes and Levi were really hungry. Thinking about their experience from last night until now, they indeed did not have a good meal. They did not go so far as to wolf down the food, but as they ate, they had to refill their bowls. "Miss Jahan, you should rest for a while." Boss Luo brought a bowl of meat soup to the young girl's side and a wet towel to wipe her hands. The young girl's eyes lit up as she took the wet towel and said, "You're very attentive." Boss Luo smiled and said, "Because there has always been a very attentive person taking care of me, I more or less learned a little." The young girl said, "You look like a young master of a noble family. Are they your followers?" From the beginning, the young girl had not inquired about the identity of the 3 members of the exploration team. Only now did she ask. Boss Luo said, "They're just people I met during my travels. I haven't known them for long." The young girl held the bowl and took a small sip. Then she narrowed her eyes as if she was feeling the changes in her taste buds. "What an amazing cuisine." Then, "Why did you deliberately approach me?" These words were a little sudden. Boss Luo immediately felt that the young girl suddenly raised her guard. He smiled casually and said, "I said, you're a little similar to a friend of mine." The young girl frowned. Even she herself was a little surprised and said, "Male or female?" "It's a beautiful woman," Boss Luo said softly. The young girl Jenna did not comment, but she did not seem to be in the mood to talk. After drinking a few more mouthfuls of the broth, she suddenly said, "This broth is indeed amazing at first, but the taste is too strong. If you drink too much and eat something else, you might not even be able to taste the meat. It's a little overbearing." Boss Luo did not care. Instead, he thought for a moment and asked, "Miss Jenna, at this rate, can you return to the village before dark?" The young girl thought for a moment and said, "If you just want to exchange for some supplies, I can give you some of the food in this house. There's no need to go to the village. If you want to inquire about your missing companion, I'll do it as soon as possible. Can you tell me more about the legend of the forest demon? Boss Luo asked again. Why are you interested in this? The young girl asked curiously. Boss Luo said casually, I'm a traveler, so I'm interested in interesting things on the road. Maybe one day in the future, I'll be able to write a book about what I've seen and heard in my life. The young girl said expressionlessly, You don't think the legend of the demon is interesting? Boss Luo smiled and said, Then it's fine to write it as a bedtime story. What kind of bedtime story would be written as a demon's story? The young girl could not help but look at this guy who looked like a noble young master. The young girl shook her head, thought for a moment, and said, Legend has it that in the depths of the forest there is a strange lake. There is a demon's sword hidden in the lake, and this demon exists as the guardian of the demon's sword, in the midst of the fragrance of food. The young girl slowly talked about the legend that had been passed down in her village for many years. Chapter 2071. Nan Xiaonan suddenly felt insecure. Maybe it was because the boss went out and left her and Miss Maid alone in the Rose Mansion? Most importantly, it was hard to figure out Miss Maid's thoughts. Of course, the boss's thoughts were also hard to figure out. However, the boss seemed to be easier to get along with. People still had to rely on themselves. Therefore, she came to the kitchen alone to look for the legendary kitchen utensils. Then, she would use star creation on all of them to increase the number of combat units on her side. Needless to say, the kitchen utensils in the Rose Mansion's kitchen were quite complete. There were as many as 7 kitchen knives. Things like Xing Chuang's kitchen knife. Nan Xiaonan had long been familiar with it. She seemed to have a kitchen knife in Xing Chuang not long ago. Then, Nan Xiaonan suddenly discovered a very serious problem. Her star creation spell actually failed. No, it actually failed. What happened? I didn't feel like I was sealed. Everything was fine when I cast the spell. Why? Nan Xiaonan looked at the unresponsive kitchen knives with a solemn expression. Failed. The star creation technique was Nan Xiaonan's biggest reliance, and it was also a unique technique. Although this switch from the other world's academic school was shameless, because of the star creation technique, she actually had hidden arrogance in her heart. However, Nan Xiaonan didn't panic too much, because she thought of the city governor Durand, who suddenly lost his mind. Durand seemed to have a mental breakdown because he couldn't pray. Durand couldn't pray, so could Laval and Assaix. Then, her star creation spell failed because of the same reason. This mysterious transfer incident? Nan Xiaonan carried the kitchen knives back to the lobby with a heavy heart. The maid, Kay Air Lily, was holding a broom and sitting nervously beside the 2 patients. In front of the counter, not far away, Miss Maid had already placed a pair of strange bottles on the counter. When and where did he find this thing? Nan Xiaonan put the 2 kitchen knives behind her waist and tied them with her trousers. She came to the servant girl in a relaxed manner. Why is there even a test tube? Was it really possible to find such a thing in Rose Mansion? Wasn't it too much to ask for a microscope? Miss Yi, I just realized that my star creation technique has also failed. This place is very strange. Nan Xiaonan thought for a moment. Miss Maid nodded and said casually, This place has its own unique rules. Anything that is not recognized by the rules will not work. So how did you get your microscope? Are we no longer in the Holy Light Kingdom? Nan Xiaonan asked after some thought. You could say that, but you could also say otherwise. The servant girl was expressionless. She lifted the test tube and shook it. Lady Nan, are you worried about your own safety? Nan Xiaonan said with an apologetic smile. I'm worried about the boss. After all, he went out alone. Assaix and Laval look somewhat unreliable. That's true. Miss Maid suddenly fell into deep thought. Nan Xiaonan took the opportunity to say, Miss Yi, you also think so, right? Miss Maid heaved a sigh and said worriedly, It's already noon. I don't know if the master has eaten well. Sigh, what the F asterisk CK, you're actually worried about this kind of thing. Nan Xiaonan shook her head. She turned her gaze and saw the rusty iron sword that Miss Maid had casually thrown to the side. She had taken this thing from Arthashis, and the reason was that she wanted to keep it with her. But this thing looked like a type that would break anything casually. It was so rusty that it even felt like it would break when picked up. Nan Xiaonan frowned and picked up the iron sword. This thing didn't even have a scabbard. Is this sword really used by the sage? Since Mr. Asake said so, it should be true. Miss Maid smiled slightly. This sword looks really ordinary. Nan Xiaonan shook her head. Anyway, she didn't see anything special about it. Okay. At this moment, Miss Maid suddenly poured the solution in the 2 test tubes together. After stirring it a few times with a glass rod, she pushed it out. Let Ludic and the others drink this potion. It should wake them up. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but be stunned. So where did you get this set of tools? In the end, Nan Xiaonan was still a little confused and sent the potion to the 2 patients. After convincing Kay Airlily, she began to feed Ludic and the mayor's male assistant. Speaking of which, what's the name of the male assistant? You don't know. In front of Orion's hut at the edge of the forest. The girl didn't tell a long story about the demon's sword and the demon. It was said that 1,000 years ago there was an evil witch. This witch liked to dig out the hearts of pure men and women. This was the source of the witch's powerful strength. Later, a hero appeared on the earth. The hero used the divine sword obtained from the lake elf and successfully killed the witch. However, before the witch died, she also cursed the hero. Since then, the divine sword became the demon's sword, and the hero became the demon who liked to dig out the hearts of pure men and women because of the curse. The lake in the forest was the final battlefield between the hero and the witch. Well, the dragon slayer eventually became the evil dragon. I understand this. After listening to the story, Asake shrugged. But why do all the similar stories start from 1,000 years ago? The girl looked at Mr. Asakes with an expressionless face. This made Asakes start to doubt himself again. Did he say something wrong that made people think that his intelligence was not developed properly? You think I didn't ask? The legend of the demon's sword in the lake has been passed down from the village. At this time, the girl said indifferently, no matter who you ask in the village, they can only tell you this. After all, legends are only legends. Miss Jenna, you often hunt in the forest. Have you encountered this legendary lake? Boss Luo asked curiously. The girl shook her head. I haven't encountered it. Legend says that this lake only appears at midnight. Usually at this time I'll be at home. Well, if you're full, get ready. I'll take you into the village. After saying that, the girl walked into the hunter's hut alone and locked the door. They were puzzled by the girl's actions, but not long after, the girl walked out of the hunter's hut again. The girl who walked out had changed into a light yellow dress and even put on a long wig. The slight wildness in her skinny body had disappeared. At this time, the girl gave people the feeling that she was a little lady who had been carefully cultivated. You, Mr. Asakes could not help but open his mouth. The girl said indifferently, it's nothing. It's just that my family likes me like this. I don't want to disappoint them, that's all. Let's go. After leaving the forest, the village where the girl lived was not far away. After about half an hour of travel, they could vaguely see some scattered mud houses. The girl said that her family ran a farm and could be considered to be one of the wealthier families in the village. Asakes and Levi did not find it strange. An overly ordinary family would not be able to raise such a lady's temperament. After you enter the village, if anyone asks about me, don't mention what happened in the forest. Then what should we say? Levi thought for a while and asked, just say that you were attacked by the Burgundians when you were passing through their territory. The girl thought for a while and said, The people in the village generally hate the Burgundians. If you say that, you will gain some goodwill and sympathy. Levi frowned. The Burgundians' territory? There was no such thing as territory in the Holy Light Kingdom. They were all divided into 7 administrative units. The girl's words made Levi doubt if he was still in the Holy Light Kingdom. Is there a problem? The girl glanced at Levi suspiciously. This little girl is really on her guard. Mr. Asake saw this and quickly said, Nothing, there's really no problem. It's just that we don't look like we were attacked. Yes, that's true. The girl nodded seriously and pointed at the mud on the ground. You can make it look like you were attacked. Mr. Asakes could not help but open his mouth. He had a feeling that he had fallen into a trap. Why do I feel that this girl is doing it on purpose? Mr. Asakes could not help but laugh bitterly. She's so young, but she's full of evil tricks. What are you muttering about? The girl suddenly asked. Nothing. Mr. Asakes smiled casually and used his fingers to wipe off some mud and dust. Then he wiped his face a few times. Levi saw this and shook his head. He began to make himself look more haggard and also patted some mud on his body. Boss Luo had an interesting expression as he wiped his hands and then patted his face lightly. It felt like he was touching face cream. Wait, you don't need to. The girl suddenly frowned. She took out a handkerchief and walked to Boss Luo. She passed the handkerchief to him. You wipe it clean. They just need to dirty it a little. Boss Luo could not help but open his mouth and wanted to say something. Mr. Asakes could not take it anymore. Miss, why is the difference between people so big? Isn't everyone born equal? Because he looks better when he's clean. The girl said calmly, he's very suitable to be clean. At this moment, even Levi could not take it anymore and sighed heavily. The girl continued, the Burgundians will not attack randomly. However, if it's a noble from a merchant guild or a hostile force, then it's a different story. If you want to gain the trust of the villagers, then it's more reasonable for you to appear as a merchant or a noble. Among all of you, only this guy looks like a noble young master. Usually, if he's a noble young master, even if he's escaping, he will pay more attention to his image. He can be down and out, but he can't be sloppy. Mr. Asakes and Levi were stunned when they heard this. Mr. Asakes was even stunned. I even feel that you make a lot of sense. I can't even refute it. Then what do I look like? The girl thought for a moment and said, You look like one of those middle-aged, useless mercenaries. You just said useless, right? Mr. Sashes's face twitched. He frantically hinted that he should not argue with a girl. I didn't. The girl shook her head. Seeing this, Boss Luo said, How about this? I'm not a noble young master. Mr. Asakes and I are the same. We're just mercenaries. As for our missing comrade, he's our noble young master. What do you think? The girl lowered her head and thought for a moment. That's fine too. If you're looking for the missing noble young master, the villagers won't be surprised if you put in more effort. That's it. Boss Luo smiled and passed the handkerchief back to the girl. The girl said calmly, It's dirty. You can take it. I don't want it anymore. Then, without waiting for Boss Luo to reply, the girl turned around and walked in front of the group. Asakes came to Boss Luo's side and sighed. He used to be young too. He used to be as handsome as Ludic in the capital of Freedom Academy and often received handkerchiefs from girls. I'm starting to feel that this isn't any of the 7 capitals. It's possible that we're not in the Holy Light Kingdom anymore, Levi said. Asakes frowned. You mean the so-called nobles? No matter if it's a territory or a noble. Lavar said with a serious expression, These things don't exist anywhere in the Holy Light Kingdom. They are only a type of knowledge that only exists in books. Asakes said, I didn't work much when I was in school, but I heard some things about nobles from my teacher when I was traveling. Boss Luo asked curiously, You too, don't you know what nobles are? Asakes shook his head and said, It's not that we don't know. We know what nobles are, but we never talked about it. We're born equal. Therefore, everyone is equal in the Holy Light Kingdom. Nobles don't exist. Levi also had an attitude of deep agreement. Boss Luo said, "That's strange. Since it doesn't exist, how do you know?" Levi said, "I said it appeared in books as knowledge." Boss Luo said, "If it didn't appear, how did the books record it? Since it's a kind of knowledge, at least it appeared before, right?" This. Arthashis subconsciously opened his mouth, and then fell into a state of silence. He even looked at Laval and noticed that Laval was also frowning and not saying a word. At this moment, Arthashis was sure that Laval had probably never thought about this problem, just like himself. Since it didn't exist in the Holy Light Kingdom, why would it appear in books as knowledge? What was more incredible was that he seemed to accept this knowledge easily. "I feel that the reason why I can accept this knowledge is not because of learning, but a sense of déjà vu," Mr. Asake said suddenly. "Let's put this question aside first." Levi shook his head and said softly, "We're here." At this moment, not only could they see the young girl Jahan, but they could also see the villagers weeding in the fields beside them. The young girl was greeting the villagers she met on the way as if she was a different person. Chapter 2072. The name of the clinic was simple. It was called Hank's Clinic. The medical system in the Holy City was very developed, and the city hall supported people's birth, aging, sickness, and death. Therefore, there was no such thing as being looked down upon. However, this didn't mean that small clinics couldn't survive. It was very convenient since it only took a few steps to get to the clinic. Moreover, even private clinics were covered by the medical system. Therefore, if it was just a simple cold, wouldn't a small clinic be better? Good. Therefore, when Hank's Clinic opened, many patients came to register. However, most of them were residents nearby, and most of them were old people and children. This Dr. Hank seems to be very popular. In front of the clinic, the white-clothed young man and the two high-level angels were sizing each other up. Soon, the white-clothed young man walked into the clinic. "Hello, are you here to see a patient? Please register first," the young nurse at the front desk said with a smile. The white-clothed young man walked in as if he didn't hear her. The young nurse at the front desk was about to stop him, but the female angel who followed the white-clothed young man stepped forward and extended her hand in front of the young nurse. Then she said calmly, "We can go in." "Yes, you can go in." The young nurse absent-mindedly repeated the female angel's words, and then slowly sat down. "Who are you? Are you the next patient? I'm sorry, but I haven't finished seeing this patient yet. Can you please wait outside for a moment?" Dr. Hank looked at the three people who pushed open the door and entered in surprise. At this moment, he was checking the symptoms of a fever for a child, and the child's mother also looked at the three people who pushed open the door and entered in surprise. At this moment, Angel Londo made a move and made the mother and the child stand aside silently. The child and the child's mother instantly became motionless like statues. Who are you?" Dr. Hank turned pale with fright. This sudden turn of events was too weird. At this moment, the white-clothed young man pulled out a chair and sat down in front of Dr. Hank. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and Dr. Hank's face instantly turned pale. "Do you know this person?" The white-clothed young man opened his hand. A phantom of a small person appeared in his palm. This phantom of a small person looked like the drunkard who died of spontaneous combustion. I don't know him." Dr. Hank took a deep breath and looked calm. The young man in white said indifferently, "This person just passed away not long ago. The cause of death was that his body suddenly combusted, and in the end his body became a charcoal. How could this be?" Dr. Hank opened his mouth in surprise, then shook his head. "So, what does this have to do with me?" The female angel said, "Before this person died, he came to see you and took a medicine that you prescribed, a medicine that can make people happy." "Dr. Hank, do you remember anything?" "Are you kidding me? Dr. Hank shook his head. How could there be such a drug? The female angel said we needn't answer. It would be best if you can be honest with us. Otherwise, we can only open your destiny system and look at your daily log. What? Dr. Hank looked at the three people in front of him in disbelief. Do you think you're saints? Don't waste time on him, the white-robed young man said calmly. The female angel nodded and then walked to Dr. Hank. She pressed her hand on Dr. Hank's forehead. In an instant, under Dr. Hank's horrified gaze, his destiny system uncontrollably opened. Even the diary that recorded his daily life uncontrollably opened in front of others. You can't do this. This is my most private matter. I didn't commit a crime, and I wasn't convicted. You don't have the right to do this. The log recorded everything that happened to everyone in the Holy Light Kingdom from birth. Not only what he experienced, but even his inner thoughts were recorded in the log without reservation. The log could be said to be the most authentic record of a person. You can't do this. You can't. Quiet. You can't. No. Dr. Hank's eyes gradually lost their luster, and he finally sat down on the chair. At this moment, the female angel reached out and grabbed the destiny system that Dr. Hank opened. She took out a silver-white book and then respectfully handed it to the white-robed young man with both hands. The white-robed young man waved his hand casually, and the female angel and the male angel, Londo, nodded and walked out of Dr. Hank's office. There were still many people in the clinic, and the two angels obviously went to deal with it. For example, the clinic had a day off today. In Dr. Hank's office, the white-robed young man opened the log that recorded everything about Dr. Hank. He seemed to have sensed something and directly opened it from the middle. The white-robed young man looked down and instantly frowned, because on this page of the log he saw a sentence that recorded Dr. Hank's psychological activities. Lord, where are you? This should be the place where the village discussed matters. In the house, the three members of the exploration team and a few representatives of the village were sitting around a table. The girl who had led the three members of the exploration team into the village was sitting quietly on a chair against the wall, her head lowered as she read an old book that was somewhat torn. In that case, the main objective of the three of you is to find your master Durand, right? The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He was the village chief, and his name was Charles. That is indeed the case, Chief. As the oldest of the three, Mr. Sakes took the lead to talk. We also have a few female family members and 2 injured people who are currently camping on the other side of the forest. We are very lucky to be able to see the gathering place here. You are indeed lucky. Village Chief Charles nodded. But it can also be said to be unfortunate because we are surrounded by the Burgundian territory and can be said to be isolated and helpless. If you escape here, you will be discovered by the Burgundians sooner or later. Mr. Sakes frowned. He was not clear about the relationship between this village and the Burgundians, but it should be a hostile relationship. Otherwise, the girl would not have asked them to use the Burgundians' attack as a breakthrough point to seek help from the village. However, from village Chief Charles's tone, it seemed that he was also very wary of the Burgundians and was even worried about attracting unnecessary trouble. We really have no other choice. If you can find Master Durand, we will be very grateful to you, Mr. Arthaces said with a sincere expression. The representatives of the village looked at village Chief Charles and seemed to be waiting for his opinion. This matter is not simple. Village Chief Charles thought for a while and said, I can't promise you anything in such a short period of time. The rule of our village is that no one is allowed to go out after nightfall. There is not much time left before nightfall, so if you want to mobilize the villagers to search for Durand, you'll have to wait until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Lavar suddenly said, Chief, we don't know if Master Durand is still alive. If we stay out for one more night, it will be more dangerous. I'm sorry, this rule has been passed down. Village Chief Charles shook his head and said, Even if I want to help you, I can't find any villagers who are willing to go out at night. I can understand your feelings, but I hope you can understand our difficulties. Asake said, then, I would like to bring the women and the injured from the camp here. Is that okay? Village Chief Charles said, that's not a problem, but I'm afraid the sky will be completely dark by the time you return to the camp. Perhaps you can come back tomorrow morning. Really, I don't recommend you to travel at night. Lavar thought for a while and said, we hope to bring some food back. What do you use as the currency here? Village Chief said, it's just some rations. You don't have to buy it. Although our place is remote, we have enough food. I'll get someone to bring some food back for you. Thank you so much. Lavar nodded. Surprisingly, the village representatives, including the village chief, did not seem to have any doubts about the identities of the 3 members of the exploration team. After a short conversation, the village chief left with the excuse that he had something to deal with. The other representatives also left with their own matters. Only one of the representatives of the village remained. You guys didn't meet Jehan at the stream, right? The representative of the village who stayed suddenly said. Mr. Asakes subconsciously looked at the girl who was sitting quietly in the corner reading a book. He noticed that the girl was looking up at him with a warning look in her eyes. We did meet Miss Jehan at the stream. Mr. Asakes could only bite the bullet and say. The man shook his head. Jehan is my daughter. I can tell when I should believe her words and when I shouldn't. I think you met her in the forest, right? What prey did you catch today? Wild boar. Oh no. Mr. Asakes quickly laughed bitterly. Wild boar? The man looked at the girl in the corner and said with a faint smile, your skills seem to be getting better. Do you really plan to become an outstanding hunter? The man's expression gradually became serious. The girl seemed to have nowhere to look. In the end, her eyes drifted to the window, and her ears were slightly red, as expected of her father's prestige. Mr. Arthashes snickered inwardly. He finally got to see this mischievous girl's face being deflated. Actually, it was Miss Jehan who saved us. Boss Luo suddenly said, my companions and I were chased by a wild boar in the forest. If it wasn't for Miss Jehan, perhaps one of us would have been injured. The girl raised her head and looked at him with her mouth slightly open. Oh, is that so? But you seem to be thinking about something very dangerous? The man looked at Luacho meaningfully. Boss Luo responded with a smile. The man immediately nodded. All right, I'll believe you for now. But I can't believe your identities for now. It's not just me. I think you can feel it too. The village chief and the others are still worried about your origins. Boss Luo said, the village chief gave us food and even allowed us to bring our companions here. It's already very good. After all, we are outsiders of unknown origins. You can't blame him for this. The man shook his head and said, Jehan may not have told you. Our village has been attacked by the Burgundians several times. There was even a big fire that burned down more than half of the village. What you saw on the way here were many places that were rebuilt later. Lavar couldn't help but say in surprise, if that's the case, then you should be very cautious about our arrival. Why? We're already on guard. The man smiled and said, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Jacques d'Arc, the sheriff in charge of the village's tax collection and defense. What? Asakes suddenly pressed his hands on the table and stood up. His eyes widened. You said what? What's your name? Jacques d'Arc. The man, Jacques d'Arc, looked at the shocked Asakes in surprise and couldn't help but wonder, is there a problem with my name? No, no problem. Asakes shook his head and sat down again with a heavy heart. Lavar's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Jacques, may I ask, does your village have a name? This is Domremy village, sir. Mr. Jacques said casually, this place is too remote. It's not strange that you haven't heard of it. We've always been surrounded by the Burgundians' territory. Perhaps even the French royal family has forgotten about our existence. It's even possible that they think we've betrayed them. Mr. Lavar, you don't look very good. Are you feeling unwell? Indeed, maybe I'm too tired. Lavar shook his head. I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest. However, his heart was already surging with waves of emotions. Let's not talk about the French royal family that Mr. Jacques mentioned. Where did the Holy Light Kingdom's royal family come from? However, the name of this village was Domremy Village. This shocked Lavar, because he clearly remembered that the traveler Luo had mentioned that the hometown of the saint was called Domremy Village after he found out about it in a mysterious ruin. Then there was the matter that made Assaix lose his composure. Jacques d'Arc, this was the name of a Sacha's ancestor. At the same time, he was also the author of the landscape painting that disappeared in the Rose Mansion. Wait, the girl's name, he remembered that she had already introduced herself. Jeanne d'Arc? Jacques d'Arc, the father of the saint. His daughter, wasn't she? Lavar seemed to have thought of a possibility that seemed to be impossible. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and lowered his head to whisper into his Sacha's ear. Mr. Assaix, may I ask, other than the saint, do your ancestors have other children? You. Assaix swallowed his saliva. You seem to be thinking about something very dangerous. You're not thinking about it? Lavar immediately frowned. Assaix sighed. I don't dare to think about it. You too. What are you talking about? Jacques d'Arc looked at Assaix and Lavar, who were whispering in each other's ears. Nothing. We're just discussing. It's about time to go back to the camp. Assaix quickly said, We've been out for too long. I'm afraid our companions will be worried. Jacques d'Arc thought for a moment and said, That's true, but your camp is outside, and I'm afraid you'll encounter danger at night. How about this? I'll take a few people to go back with you. We won't come back tonight, and we'll come back tomorrow morning. Of course, this was the best thing that could happen. At the very least, they could use the whole night to dig out more information from Jacques d'Arc, who took the initiative to contact them. The problem was, how should they explain the Rose Mansion? It wasn't something that could be found just by setting up a camp. Chapter 2073. Mr. Jacques quickly selected a few villagers who looked quite strong to accompany him. Although they were villagers, they were also the militia that guarded the village. They were holding wooden shields, hunting bows, and some spears. The only iron sword was in Mr. Jacques' hands. It was impossible to ride a horse. This village didn't even have a normal horse to pull a carriage, let alone a high-grade war horse. When they set off, village Chief Charles came to see them off and seemed to have whispered something to Mr. Jacques. The 3 members of the exploration group didn't see the young girl Jeanne. She had already been ordered by Mr. Jacques to go home and reflect. At this moment, Arthaces was still vexed over how he should explain the matter of Rose Mansion after reaching his goal. But now he could only take things one step at a time. If it didn't work, they could work together to tie up Mr. Jacques and the others. However, he did not know if the 3 men in the exploration team and the few women in the mansion could defeat this group of village militia who had obviously been trained. Wait, why did I have such a dangerous thought? Arthas was instantly shocked by his own violent thoughts. There had never been any disputes in the Holy Light Kingdom, let alone war. Everyone was calm and peaceful, and there was no need to use force at all. Even Laval, who had learned swordsmanship, was only a fan of swordsmanship. Fencing was only a sport. But what surprised Assaix was that after this thought appeared, he couldn't get rid of it. He even had an inconceivable feeling of wanting to do something. Oh, you're the only child in the family? At this time, Mr. Jacques slowly said, Assaix didn't need to think to know that this was Jacques' culture towards the traveler Roland. In fact, in the beginning there were questions like, how old are you? Who else is in the family? Do you have any skills? Problems like this kept popping up. If I were 10 years younger, do you believe that Mr. Jacques would be asking me? Mr. Assaix walked to Laval and said with a smile, Isn't that perfect? Lear said calmly, It just so happens that we know very little about this traveler. Assaix shrugged, but knowing the answers to these questions won't be of much use. Have you thought of how to explain the incident at the mansion? Laval suddenly asked. At this time, Asakes went all out and said with a fierce look, "It's hard to explain. Why don't we just tie everyone up? If we catch them off guard, it should be possible." Laval frowned, but surprisingly, he didn't refute Asash's words. Perhaps he was also considering the feasibility of the operation. Mr. Asakes couldn't help but look at Laval with a strange expression. At this moment, Mr. Jacques suddenly asked, "If you are camping in another part of the forest, do you see a large house?" Asakes and Laval stopped abruptly and looked at Mr. Jacques in bewilderment. Boss Luo said casually, "The place where our companions are camping is in a large house. This house is very beautiful, and there are many roses planted there." Mr. Jacques smiled casually. "The roses there are indeed very beautiful. After all, when I was planting them, I spent a lot of effort." Boss Luo was surprised. "So, that large house is yours, Mr. Jacques? It's a villa that was built in the past." Mr. Jacques smiled. "I used to live there for a period of time, but then the Burgundians started to attack here, so we had no choice but to move back to the village. It's safer there. Mr. Jacques, I'm really sorry. Without your permission, we used your house." Luaccio said apologetically, "It's okay, it's empty anyway." Mr. Jacques said indifferently, "Also, there's nothing valuable in there. Plus, I'm very happy to help people in need." Hearing Mr. Jacques reply, Laval and Asakes opened their eyes wide in disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. "What is going on?" Laval couldn't help but mutter to himself. Rose Mansion, how did Mr. Jacques build it? And from the expressions of the accompanying militia, they obviously knew about this. There's good news and bad news. Asakes took a deep breath and lowered his voice. "Laval, which one do you want to hear?" "Say it, Mr. Asakes. The good news is that we don't have to explain the mansion anymore." Asakes said with a serious expression. "The bad news is the development of the situation is getting weirder and weirder." This was because Arthas had thought of something even more bizarre. It was the problem of Jacques d'Arc's identity. He opened his mouth a few times, but he didn't know how to ask. He even wanted to rush in front of Jacques d'Arc and ask him, "Are you my ancestor?" "Mr. Jacques, can I ask you a question?" Boss Luo suddenly asked. "For Jean's sake, I'll answer your question seriously, young man," Mr. Jacques said with a smile, but there was a hint of sternness in his eyes above the smile. Boss Luo acted like he didn't hear it. "I heard from Miss Jean that there has always been a demon in the lake in this forest. Mr. Jacques used to live in the mansion. Is there no problem?" Mr. Jacques chuckled and said, "Jean must have told you that this demon likes to dig out the hearts of pure men and women, right? This legend is false?" Laval frowned and asked. Mr. Jacques said, "Since it's a legend, I don't know if it's true or not. But if the legend is true, we have lived here for generations. How could we not discover the existence of a lake in the forest? In other words, this legend is false." Asakes thought. Mr. Jacques shook his head and said, "We all use such legends to scare the children in the village. Because once a child sneaks into the forest out of curiosity, there's still the danger of encountering wild beasts. Also, there have been several incidents in the past where the Burgundians secretly lurked in the forest, captured our villagers, interrogated them, and finally killed them and threw away their corpses. What about the old hunter of the hunter's cabin?" "The old hunter died long ago." Mr. Jacques sighed and said, "Jean and he had a good relationship, but the old hunter couldn't overcome his illness in the end. Before he died, he sneaked into the forest, creating the illusion that he would never return. His body was taken away by me for burial. Jean, this child, has always been taking care of the cabin, probably thinking that one day the old hunter will suddenly return." "Why did you tell us this?" Luaccio looked at Mr. Jacques' eyes and asked. Mr. Jacques said indifferently, "This is not a secret that needs to be kept. Jean, this child will know sooner or later. Also, you are only passers-by here and will leave in the end. So, if you can keep the secret before you leave, it naturally doesn't matter. That's right, we are at most passers-by. Boss Luo nodded. In the following journey, Mr. Jacques seemed to have exhausted all his interest in the young boss Luo. He rarely took the initiative to speak, and his mind was focused on hurrying. When they passed by the hunter's cabin, they didn't even stop. When they came out of the forest, the sky was almost dark. Mr. Jacques asked people to light torches to illuminate the area. The fire could effectively drive away some wild beasts, so it wasn't a big problem. Boss Luo casually looked at the forest behind him at this time. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they could already see the light coming from the hall of the Rose Mansion. Thousands of troops and horses. I'll call my companions to open the door, Asix said quickly and then walked quickly. Who is it? The moment she heard the knocking sound, the maid Kay or Lily in the hall suddenly became nervous. It's me, open the door. Boss Asix. The maid clearly recognized the voice and hurriedly ran to the door to open it in surprise. At this time, she saw Arthesis rush in nervously. Boss, what's wrong? They're awake. Asix looked at the resting area in the hall in surprise. He saw that Ludic Principal and Durand City, Lord's male assistant, were awake and sitting on the sofa. They're awake, but there's a problem. Kay, Lily shook her head and said worriedly, after Mr. Ludic and the others woke up, they've been like this. No matter what we say, they don't seem to hear it. They don't even have any reaction. Asix frowned and looked at them again. Indeed, he found that whether it was Ludic Principal or Durand City, Lord's male assistant, their eyes seemed to be abnormally empty. Mr. Asix, are you the only one who came back? Nan Xiaonan's voice suddenly sounded. Arthesis hurriedly composed himself and thought for a moment before saying, We'll talk about Ludic and the rest later. Listen up, we have successfully reached the village and brought back some food and people. That's great. Kay or Lily was pleasantly surprised. Don't be happy yet, Asix said seriously. Things are a bit strange. I don't have time to explain now. Anyway, when we bring them back, no matter what they say, don't say anything. Just listen. If you have any doubts, leave them because I have the same doubts as you. Remember what I said. Saying that, Arthex hurriedly walked out. In the hall, Nan Xiaonan subconsciously looked at Miss Servant Girl. Her face was full of doubts. Mr. Asix brought back food. We can cook now, Lady Nan. Miss Servant Girl smiled at this time. As long as you're happy, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Jacques. After a while, Asix entered the door again, but this time he brought Mr. Jacques and his entourage. Jacques, isn't he the painter of that painting? Nan Xiaonan couldn't help opening her mouth in surprise. Miss Servant Girl's eyes fell on Mr. Jacques since he entered the door. This was a very rare situation. According to Nan Xiaonan's observation, Miss Servant Girl's eyes, as long as the boss was present, almost 99% of the time would be on him. The remaining 1% even to blink. But soon, Miss Servant Girl withdrew her eyes. Yu Ye's eyes, as usual, only fell on Boss Luo. Nan Xiaonan couldn't even understand anything from Miss Servant Girl's face. But she remembered what Asix said before. From now on, just listen, don't ask. At this time, Mr. Jacques suddenly said, Mr. Arthesis, these two companions of yours don't seem to be very good. Mr. Athax said, we were ambushed previously and the two of them were unconscious. When they woke up, they became like this. I'm guessing that it's because they were too frightened. Perhaps they'll recover after enough rest. We don't have a good solution at present. Mr. Jacques said, you can use the guest room upstairs. The patient needs a good rest. When we return to the village tomorrow morning, I will ask the doctor to come and see your two companions. With that, Mr. Jacques turned back and asked two of the militiamen to help the sluggish Ludic and the male assistant up and sent them to the guest room upstairs. Mr. Jacques said at this time, you have been staying here for a long time. Presumably you are hungry and tired. This time we brought some food. Mr. Puma, please take the food to the kitchen for processing. After the door on the left of the kitchen. There should be some spices I saved before in the cellar. Maybe you can use them." The militiaman named Puma nodded at this time. "Okay, Mr. Jacques, I'm happy to serve you." Miss Servant Girl K. or Lily glanced at Mr. Jacques in surprise, and then looked at Boss Aix, because there was indeed a cellar on the left of the mansion's kitchen. But how did this person know so clearly? She saw Aix looking at her at this time, gently shaking his head, motioning her not to say anything. So, Mr. Jacques sat down at this time, just like the host. "Before dinner, we can have a pleasant conversation." At this time, Laval said coldly, "I'm afraid, with our current situation, we can't be happy." Mr. Jacques said, "Regarding your master Durand's matter, I am also very sorry. But since he has been missing for a day and a night, I'm afraid. Everyone, you'd better be mentally prepared." Ah! At this time, a scream instantly startled everyone in the hall. It seems to be Mr. Puma's voice. A militiaman said quickly, "I'll go out and see." With that, this militiaman instantly picked up a wooden shield and a stick with a sharpened iron plate tied to it, and quickly walked to the door. Unexpectedly, the door suddenly opened at this time. The militiaman was knocked to the ground at once. At the same time, one figure after another rushed into the hall of the mansion. It was a knight wearing a silver armor and holding a fine weapon. There were at least 15 or 16 knights who rushed into the hall, and now they stood in 2 rows. At the entrance of the door, a young man was holding a helmet and walking slowly. It's a Burgundian." The militiaman who was knocked to the ground screamed at this time, "It's a Burgundian knight." A bright light flashed in front of the militiaman's eyes, and what followed was a bloody head rolling on the floor. Seeing this, Maid Kay or Lily instantly turned pale with fright and fell to the ground. The air seemed to have solidified. At this moment, the leading young knight casually handed the long sword to the knight behind him. Then he looked at the crowd and said indifferently, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From now on, you are my captives." Chapter 2074. In the dark night, a figure nimbly ran towards the location of the lights, Rose Mansion. This figure seemed to be very familiar with the surroundings. Soon it arrived outside the walls of Rose Mansion. With a light leap, it pressed its palm against the wall and directly flipped over the wall. When it landed, it rolled a few times to reduce the impact. Then it quickly stood up and approached a window near the main hall of the mansion. It peeked its head out to observe the situation in the main hall. But soon this person who was walking in the dark was alarmed by what happened in the hall of the mansion. At this moment, the blood of the soldier who was beheaded had already formed a small puddle. In the main hall, the Burgundian cavaliers were filled with murderous intent. On the other hand, the people on Mr. Jacques' side who were surrounded had a terrible expression on their faces. "I'm Lion, the captain of the cavaliers." The young cavalier sneered and said, "I'm sorry. From now on, you are all my captives." "Damn Burgundians!" Instantly, 2 soldiers who were agitated by the death of their comrade picked up their weapons and rushed toward the young captain, Lion. But almost at the same time, 2 cavaliers rushed out from the group of cavaliers. After a simple exchange of blows, the cavaliers easily knocked down the 2 soldiers. Whether it was in terms of equipment or physical condition, the soldiers were obviously no match for the cavaliers. It was expected that they would be knocked down so easily. It seems like some of you don't want to listen to my sentence. The captain of the cavaliers, Lion, shook his head and said with a blank expression, "Perhaps you don't understand the situation you are in." "Burgundian cavaliers, what do you want to do?" Mr. Jacques took a deep breath and slowly walked out. He placed his hand on the sword on his waist and looked at the cavaliers with a pale face. The young Lion glanced at Mr. Jacques. He didn't answer Mr. Jacques' question. Instead, he said, "Since you have a sword in your hand, I'll give you a chance to have a fair duel with me. As long as you can defeat me, I'll let you leave this place." As Nan Shaunan listened, she sneered and said, Letting us out of this house and then catching us back doesn't count as breaking a promise." Leon Bert looked at him coldly, but he didn't refute. Instead, he looked at Mr. Jacques again. "Remove your weapon, master of the house. Be like a warrior facing the challenge of fate." Mr. Jacques' expression changed slightly. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword, but his fingers were constantly loosening and tightening. "Sir, don't listen to him. Let's charge out. That's right. Surely these Burgundian butchers are not so kind. Even if only one of us can make it back to the village, we have to bring back news of the Burgundians' arrival. Mr. Jacques, enough." Mr. Jacques yelled in a deep voice. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly pulled out the sword at his waist and pointed it at the young Leon Bell. "Knight of Burgundy, I accept your challenge. I hope you can abide by the oath of a knight. Looks like tonight won't be too boring." The young man chuckled. He waved his hand and said, "Bring me my weapon." In an instant, one of the cavalrymen behind him carried a two-handed sword to Leon Bell. A two-handed sword was a heavy weapon, but this young Leon Bell could easily lift it with one hand. When he swung it, it didn't seem to be strenuous at all. This kind of astonishing arm strength instantly caused the militia to be frightened. Mr. Jacques wasn't a soldier. He only had some property in the village and ran a farm. Even if he had learned some skills, he was probably an amateur. How could he duel with Leon Bell, who could easily lift a two-handed sword? This wasn't a fair duel at all. "Why don't you let me do it?" At this moment, a voice that seemed to be able to calm everyone suddenly sounded. Although this voice came suddenly, it didn't make people feel that it was abrupt. It was like a gentle breeze that instantly blew away the tense atmosphere in the hall. "What an incredible guy!" Mr. Asakes muttered at this moment, and then all his attention fell on the speaker. It was the guest of his mansion, the traveler of 7 capitals, Mr. Lowe. What made Nan Shaunan curious was that the boss actually took the initiative to stand up. Even if he wanted to find someone to solve this problem, shouldn't it be her who was a new employee and didn't have any human rights yet? "You, indescribable existence, stop fooling around." Miss Maid. Miss Maid's expression was normal. Nan Shaunan admired Miss Maid's calmness. After knowing her for so long, Nan Shaunan found that no matter what the boss wanted to do, Miss Maid never had any objection. This kind of crazy blind obedience made Nan Shaunan speechless many times. But on the other hand, perhaps only someone like Miss Maid who agreed unconditionally could get the boss's approval? Unconditional obedience from the bottom of her heart. Even her instinct, she didn't resist at all. Nan Shaunan knew she couldn't do it. Even if she was bound by the Black Soul Messenger, even if she had lost the possibility of betrayal, her inner thoughts at this moment, Mr. Jacques was stunned by the young man who stood up and then nodded. "Young man, I admit your courage, but it's a pity that we haven't known each other for long. I appreciate your kindness, but this duel should belong to me." Boss Luo looked at Leon Bell. "I also have the right to resist, right?" The cavalry captain sneered at this time, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. "I also appreciate people with courage, and I'm more willing to accept those who dare to challenge fate. I even welcome the two of you to attack me together. Give this brave young man a sharp sword." This cavalry captain was quite arrogant and confident, but he was also quite a deterrent to his subordinates. In an instant, a cavalryman pulled out his weapon and directly threw it at Boss Luo's feet. "Actually, this sword is enough for me." Boss Luo shook his head at this time. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the back of Mr. Jacques' hand that was holding the sword. Mr. Jacques was suddenly alarmed. "It's good that you have courage, but you shouldn't force yourself." When he saw Luo Chio's eyes, he swallowed the words he was about to say. Under the gaze of this pair of calm eyes, Mr. Jacques let the young man take away the sword. Mr. Jacques gritted his teeth and said to Boss Luo in a low voice, "Young man, you are a brave guy. You must survive. If you can defeat this knight, I'm even willing to marry my daughter to you." Boss Luo heard this and smiled. He looked at Miss Maid and responded, "I think because of this sentence I have a reason to fight. This is the most precious promise for me. Mr. Jacques didn't find any problem. After all, marrying his daughter was indeed a precious promise. But he didn't think this young man could defeat the opponent, so he just gave him some encouragement. Of course, if this young man could defeat the opponent in this era where the war even affected this remote village, it was certainly a good thing to have a brave son-in-law. Anyway, Jehan was still young, and there was still time for them to get along. This moment was enough for Mr. Jacques to think about many things. It seems that you have discussed it. Leon Bell looked quite patient. Or maybe he was enjoying the time of watching his prey struggle. Leon Bell walked out with a big sword and sneered, "This is a beautiful promise, and it will even become a story that will be passed down. The premise is that you can defeat your destiny, me." The big sword was swung out instantly, and the whistling sound of the wind was very scary. Boss Luo stepped back and dodged. At this time, the big sword directly chopped on the floor, smashing a not small hole in the floor. Mr. Jacques and the others couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for this young man who had just been promoted. Nan Xiaonan, on the other hand, thoughtlessly flipped through the items to see if there were any snacks. Only then did she remember that Rose Mansion was a very poor place. At this moment, Nan Xiaonan found that Miss Maid was not next to her. She subconsciously looked for Miss Maid, who had walked to the counter in the hall. What is she doing? Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but widen her eyes, watching Miss Maid slowly move the needle of a phonograph placed behind the counter. This phonograph was very old, and it had been placed on the counter for a long time. Maybe it's the only valuable thing in Rose Mansion? The sound of fencing gradually became more frequent. Boss Luo, who was holding a one-handed sword, walked around Leon Bell nimbly. Miss Maid took out a record. Nan Xiaonan believed that this record definitely didn't belong to Rose Mansion. Anyway, she even took out the microscope, so she didn't care about the record. Little snail, Chinese network with a chuckle. Miss Maid put the record into the phonograph and then put down the needle. The record slowly turned, and the bronze loudspeaker began to play the melody of the record. The melody sounded in the hall of Rose Mansion. It was a symphony, Revolution Etude in C minor. Time seemed to slow down a lot because of this strange melody. That thrilling battle at this moment seemed to have become a competition without the smell of blood because of the sound of the music. Miss Maid's eyes gradually blurred, looking at Boss Luo, who was pointing at the long sword with his finger. Simple sword movements, simple dodging. Under the beautiful music, Boss Luo's sword became lighter and lighter. This sword technique actually came from the dragon-slaying skill that he learned in Chessboard World. The sword moved faster and faster with the rhythm of the music, like a continuous drizzle. Leon Bell, on the other hand, was feeling more and more uncomfortable. His two-handed great sword had always been invincible, but at this moment he felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire. His whole body felt like it was being tied down, and his speed of swinging his sword had slowed down by more than half. The more he fought, the more uncomfortable he felt. The more uncomfortable he was, the more chaotic his attack rhythm was. Gradually, even his breathing became very disordered. Most of the floor of the hall had been smashed into pieces by the two-handed sword, but Leon Bell couldn't touch his opponent at all. Instead, the seemingly ordinary one-handed sword had cut Leon Bell's body many times. If he wasn't wearing armor, there should be at least 10 wounds on his body. Damn it! Where is this music? What kind of witchcraft is this? Stop it! His disorderly breathing and unbearable rhythm gradually made the youth realize that the young cavalry captain, who was quite powerful himself, was becoming frustrated. He even couldn't help but roar out loud, "Catch that woman! No, she must be a witch. Catch that witch for me. Stop this damn sound. Stop it." The sound stopped abruptly. That simple one-handed sword knocked away Leon Bell's great sword, and then pierced Leon Bell's throat like a bolt of lightning. This was a place that even armor couldn't protect. Leon Bell's body froze, as if he was struck by lightning. He took a deep breath, but he couldn't lift up the sword anymore. The feeling of the sword touching his throat made Leon Bell feel like he was going to die. "You let me win." The music was still playing, and Boss Luo's voice seemed to be part of it. Seeing this, the cavalrymen were all stunned. Then their first reaction was to pull out their weapons and charge forward. Mr. Jacques was the first to react, as if he had just woken up from a dream. He quickly shouted, "Burgundian knight, can't you afford to lose? I'll nail your dignity and shame to my body. Even if I die and go to the underworld, I'll still praise your great name." "Stop it!" Leon Bell shouted in a deep voice with a terrible expression. "Back off!" The sword was still pointed at Leon Bell's throat. At this moment, Mr. Jacques asked the rest of the militia to bring down Ludic and the male assistant. Mr. Jacques looked at the crowd and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid they'll come back immediately after we leave. We have to split up. No matter who it is, we have to send back the news of the Burgundians' attack. Do you understand?" "We understand, Mr. Jacques." Mr. Asakes nodded and looked at the traveler, Mr. Luo, nervously. He didn't know how long he could suppress Leon Bell. At this moment, Asakes didn't have time to think about some abnormal things. For example, the village didn't have electricity, but the Rose Mansion had electricity. Based on his observation of the village, this village didn't even have any mechanical equipment. How could Mr. Jacques have the nerve to say that he built the mansion? However, the situation didn't allow Asakes to ask these questions. He and Laval each supported the male assistant and Ludic. Under Mr. Jacques' lead, the crowd slowly left the Rose Mansion. "You guys go first," Boss Luo said at this moment. Mr. Jacques knew that this was a strategy to give his people time to escape, but at the same time, this young man's danger would increase exponentially. But now was not the time to be sentimental. Mr. Jacques took a deep breath and said, "You must come back alive. Come and fulfill my promise. My child." Are we leaving the boss like this?" Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but ask Miss Maid quietly. "Let's go to the village and wait for our master." Miss Maid smiled at this moment. "Why do you seem to be in a good mood?" Good mood." The sword was still pointed at Leon Bell's throat. Only Boss Luo and the Burgundian cavalry were left in the hall. Leon Bell had calmed down. "Brave swordsman, your swordsmanship is very good. Are you interested in joining me? I can guarantee that you will be my most important partner in the future. The military life may not be suitable for me." Boss Luo smiled casually. "I'm a carefree person." At the same time, Boss Luo put down his sword gently. In the blink of an eye, those crossbow-bearing cavalrymen swarmed forward, completely surrounding them, and began to press on. Leon Bell waved his hand and stopped the cavalry. He tried to persuade him again. "You don't look like you're from the village. Donnermy village is isolated and helpless. It's only a matter of time before it falls. Smart people know what to do. I believe that you're not the kind of person who would ruin your future for a village girl's marriage. This girl might even be illiterate. My partner should be far away." Boss Luo smiled casually and said, "Then I'll be leaving too? I hope everyone will have a good night here." "Humph, ungrateful." Leon Bell shook his head and said, "I cherish talents, but I don't like stubborn people." He waved his hand. The cavalry no longer had any scruples. They sneered and swung their weapons. Facing the swarm of attacks, Boss Luo was calm. At this moment, the light on the roof of the mansion suddenly exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, the window on one side was smashed open. Then 3 fist-sized balls were thrown into the hall. In an instant, the ball released a thick gray smoke. This smoke was extremely irritating. Just breathing in a little bit would cause people to cough uncontrollably. Their throat, nose, and eyes would burn with pain. "Damn it! Don't cut randomly. They're teammates. Dash! Where are they? Where are they? They ran away. Chase them! Chase them!" The noise in the hall gradually quieted down. It seemed that all the cavalrymen had gone out, including Captain Leon Bell. In a room on the third floor of the mansion, under the dim moonlight, one could vaguely see the outline of the room. "Thank you for saving me, Ms. Jenna," Boss Luo's voice suddenly sounded. "Shoo!" At this moment the girl leaned against the door and listened carefully. She quickly put her finger on her lips and said, "They might not be far away." "They should be far away," Boss Luo said. "Why are you here, Ms. Jenna?" The girl exhaled slowly. "I've been following you, but you didn't know. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Anyway, thank you for saving my father." "I just saved myself," Boss Luo said softly. "Anyway, thank you." The girl didn't dare to look at the young man's eyes. She looked out of the window and said in a lower voice, "And I'm not illiterate." She even emphasized her words. Chapter 2075. Closed for one day. With these words written on the door of the clinic and a sign with the word "Closed," the patients who came to see the clinic had to go home. They didn't know what happened in Hank's clinic. In fact, in the clinic, the patients who had come to register for treatment in the morning were all like puppets, with their strings cut. They lowered their heads and sat quietly in the waiting room. The two high-level angels walked around and made sure they didn't miss anything before returning to Dr. Hank's office. The white-clothed young man was reading Dr. Hank's destiny log. The two high-level angels, following him, didn't see anything wrong with the white-clothed young man's expression. After a while, the white-clothed young man closed the diary in his hand and closed his eyes. The two high-level angels could only wait again. The white-clothed young man slowly opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "It's done." The female angel quickly asked, "My lord, did you find the source of the medicine Hank sold?" The white-clothed young man said calmly he imported this medicine from the City of Dawn, but he got it from a medicine merchant in the Free City. Interestingly, Hank didn't know there was a problem with this medicine because he thought it was a new antidepressant, and he had been using it for a long time. How come he didn't know? The female angel couldn't help but frown. The white-clothed young man said calmly, "Maybe he knew, maybe he didn't know. There are many reasons why he didn't know. Even if he knew, there were many reasons why he didn't know." Langdo's expression changed slightly, and so did the female angel. Clearly, both of them had thought of the same possibility. The female angel looked serious. "My lord, do you mean that someone changed Hank's diary? But how is that possible? Anyone who can change the diary is... Could it be? They were all existences like the saint in the Free City, the seraph in the blazing sky, and the Holy Mother in Mary. They were all great existences who had the highest authority in the 7 capitals of the Holy Light Kingdom. Be careful with your words." The white-clothed young man glanced at the female angel coldly. The female angel lowered her head in horror. "As I said, there are many possibilities," the white-clothed youth said calmly, "but we have to find the one and only one." The female angel nodded and said, "However, this medicine was imported from the City of Dawn? But didn't the one in the City of Dawn? If that's the case, could it be that the City of Dawn has become a place of corruption? To the believers of the City of Dawn, the Star of Dawn just hasn't appeared yet," the white-robed young man said with an expressionless face. "Over the years, the City of Dawn has always provided the most wish power. I will give my approval to Mr. President, who is currently in charge of managing the City of Dawn." The female angel said, "But the Star of Dawn isn't here, and the holy light of the statue can illuminate every believer in the City of Dawn. Perhaps it can't identify some." She nervously glanced at the white-clothed youth. Seeing that the other party didn't move, she cautiously said, "I have some ulterior motives. Let me see this medicine merchant who is in charge of selling the imported medicine." The white-clothed youth suddenly stood up. "Deal with this clinic first." He casually handed the destiny diary to the female angel. After the female angel received the destiny diary, She immediately sensed something. She was given the right to temporarily change Hank's destiny diary. Soon, Hank's clinic opened for business again. The patients in the waiting room raised their heads. Everything was normal. Dr. Hank, who was in the office, opened the door. Next, Rose Mansion. In a dark guest room on the 3rd floor, a young girl's breathing could be heard clearly. It was very quiet. They should be far away by now. We can go out now. The young girl, Jenna, turned around and looked at Luaccio. We need to get back to the village as soon as possible. This group of cavalry definitely did not come with good intentions. The Burgundians have already attacked us several times. Luaccio thought for a moment and said, the fastest way to get to the village is to pass through the forest. But it's inconvenient for the cavaliers to move in the forest. I think Mr. Jacques and the others should be able to get back to the village in time to inform village Chief Charles. Even if we know in advance, we won't be able to reduce the losses. The young girl shook her head and said with a worried expression, before I helped you, I sneaked around and found more than 20 cavaliers half a kilometer away, including the ones in the hall. 40 to 50 cavaliers are undoubtedly a disaster for the weak defense of the village. Boss Luo sized up the young girl and asked in a low voice, Miss Jenna, what do you plan to do? First, we have to get back to the village. The young girl lowered her head and bit her thumbnail. She thought for a moment and said, but if we rush now, I'm afraid we'll only catch up with the Burgundian cavaliers. It won't help. If we want to meet up with my father before they reach the village, we need to take another route. Another route? Boss Luo blinked. The young girl thought for a moment and said, there's an underground river. We can use it to get back to the village quickly, but is it dangerous? The young girl nodded. The flow of the underground river is very fast, and it's quite narrow. Once you're washed into the water, no matter how good you are at swimming, you won't be able to protect your life. Boss Luo said, Miss Jenna, what do you plan to do? I'll choose the underground river, the young girl said decisively, but you don't have to accompany me. In the eyes of the Burgundian cavaliers, you must be escaping in the direction of the village. So, if you escape in the opposite direction, you'll definitely be able to escape this disaster. You've already saved my father once. For strangers, you've done too much. There's no need to put your life on the line. Boss Luo said, my companions have also gone back with Mr. Jacques. I'm afraid I can't leave my companions behind and leave alone. Miss Jenna, since we're going back through the underground river, let's go. You trust me? The young girl suddenly asked, do you know how dangerous this underground river is? Boss Luo smiled and said, I trust Miss Jenna, who has already walked through the underground river at least once. How do you know? The young girl suddenly widened her eyes. The young girl of 14 or 15 years old was still somewhat immature. Even though she looked like a thoughtful person when she acted like a little girl, she was still very cute. After all, the young girl was only the daughter of a farmer who had lived in a remote village since she was young. She might be intelligent, but her knowledge was definitely limited. Moreover, Boss Luo had been a demon king for a long time. If Miss Jenna hasn't walked through the underground river, how would you know that it can reach the village? Boss Luo smiled and said, sometimes I'll sneak out to hunt. The young girl's face was slightly red. There were few times when I lost track of time, so I had to use the underground river's secret passage. Miss Jenna is a girl who likes to take risks. Boss Luo's gaze gradually softened. What do you mean? Are you saying that I have a wild personality? The young girl lightly snorted. I scored full marks in all the etiquette lessons that father prepared for me. The home tutor can't even teach me anymore. Boss Luo said, I believe that Miss Jenna will definitely become a qualified lady in the future. And in short, the young girl emphasized, regarding the underground river, you're not allowed to tell my father, no one. Then let it be a little secret between me and Miss Jenna. Boss Luo nodded with a sincere expression. Who wants to forget it? The young girl took a deep breath and said seriously, it's getting late. Even if the underground river is faster, if we waste time here, we won't be able to catch up with the Burgundian cavalry. Come with me. Of course. Boss Luo nodded and immediately said, From now on, Miss Jenna, you are my commander. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Commander. TSK. The young girl flicked her tongue and asked coldly, Did you always talk to girls like this when you were in the city? Or do people in the city always talk like this? It's getting late, let's go. Boss Luo smiled casually and pushed the door open. He then moved aside and bowed. Commander, please. The young girl took a deep breath and stepped out of the room with firm steps. This guy is 1.5 head taller than me. But in 2 years, no, in 1 year I might be able to catch up. I need to drink more milk. I heard that men in the city prefer the Busta type. I need at least 2 cups of milk every day. I'm doing this for my own health. Hurry up, we must catch up with those guys. In the forest, the young and powerful captain of the cavalry team, Leon Bell, urged the soldiers of the cavalry team. The soldiers could feel the anger of their captain. Originally, this was going to be an easy hunting mission. They would rest in that big house until midnight and then attack Domremy village before dawn. This was going to be a difficult attack, even more difficult than the military drill. However, they didn't expect that it would be destroyed by a young man who was so good at swordsmanship. That young man who easily defeated Leon Bell. His swordsmanship was really amazing. Perhaps only a master swordsman could do that. No one laughed at Leon Bell secretly, because if they were in his place, they would lose faster, more thoroughly, and more miserably. However, no matter how strong one person was, the charge of dozens of cavalrymen was invincible. Sir, there is an extinguished torch in front of us. Maybe it was thrown away by the owner of the house when he escaped. A cavalryman in front of them turned around and said, I think we can catch up with them soon. This is the right direction. They might have escaped in different directions. Leon Bell frowned and said, No one would leave such an obvious clue, let alone a local. I'm afraid this is a trap to confuse us. Let's go another way. Who is it? At this moment, another cavalryman yelled, and then swept the torch to the side, illuminating the side. There were weeds, bushes, and dead branches. The forest at night was like a dark maze. The torch couldn't illuminate everything. The only thing that could be seen was a black shadow flashing through the weeds and bushes. Maybe it was just an illusion. It should be a beast in the forest. Don't panic, let's keep going. Leon Bell said decisively. The black shadow didn't move for a while. Maybe it was just a beast in the forest that was disturbed by the cavalrymen. The cavalryman quickly calmed down. Leon Bell looked forward, but his mind was thinking about the duel in the mansion hall. He was trying to find a way to deal with the young man who defeated him. Damn it. How could there be such a sword technique? Just as he was feeling vexed, Leon Bell suddenly felt a powerful force crashing into him. It even threw him off his war horse and onto the ground. The horse was startled, and it instantly stood up and neighed. All the cavalrymen were shocked. What is this, a human? On the ground, their captain, Leon Bell, was being pushed to the ground by a fat, middle-aged man in strange clothes. However, this middle-aged man's body was very strange. The man's face was ferocious, and his skin was cracked in many places. The cracked areas were emitting a strange orange light, like the color of flames. At the same time, a wave of heat spread out in all directions with this terrifying guy as the center. This horrible middle-aged man seemed to be in extreme pain, and his eyes were showing the whites. He suddenly rushed out, pushed Leon Bell to the ground, and grabbed Leon Bell's neck with both hands. Leon Bell's arm was strong enough to lift a big sword with one hand, but he couldn't get rid of this horrible middle-aged man. Captain! The first cavalryman to react screamed and jumped off his war horse. Then he raised his sword and stabbed at the strange guy. He hit the target. The cavalryman was delighted. However, This weird guy didn't seem to feel any pain. He suddenly turned around and stared at the cavalryman who stabbed him with his white eyes. He let go of Leon Bell and pounced on the cavalryman. His hand even pierced through the cavalryman's hard breastplate and stabbed into the cavalryman's chest. He even dug out the cavalryman's heart from his chest. All the cavalrymen were shocked. Demon! This is a demon! Demon! Chaos! A moment later, flames danced wildly in the forest. War horses neighed, and miserable cries rang out one after another. Then the flames went out, and there was no sound. Chapter 2076. On the steep slope, the surroundings were dark and damp, and the only source of light was the torch in the girl's hand. She walked in front. Her shadow was swayed by the wind in the cave under the light of the fire. Under the magnified shadow of the fire, the girl's thin body looked even thinner, but she walked very fast. Can you keep up? There are a lot of sharp stones on the road. Did you hurt your feet? This was probably the girl's way of showing concern, a more direct way. Miss Jenna, I'm behind you, don't worry. Oh, the girl didn't look back. She just answered softly, and then she sped up. She thought that this guy from the city was just pretending. How to say it? Maybe this guy's swordsmanship was really good, but he was not a hunter, and it was his first time walking on this rugged road. He said it so easily. Even if she had experience, she still needed a lot of stamina. But when she met this guy in the forest, he seemed to have shown some good survival skills. She shouldn't be distracted by these things at this time. Be careful. The girl's feet slipped, and she was about to slide down the steep cliff. She was shocked and instinctively grabbed something to stabilize her body, but what she grabbed was a warm hand. Half of the girl's body was about to reach out of the abyss. At this time, the falling stones were swallowed by the darkness, and the girl's heart was beating fast. She felt as if she had just survived a disaster, and her whole body was drained of energy. She felt a little weak. Her body was pulled back little by little. This underground cave is too damp. There's a lot of moss on the stone surface. Boss Luo suddenly said, I almost tripped a few times just now. Luckily, Miss Jenna looked back from time to time to remind me. I did remind her about this? I think. I did. No. The girl who had just survived a disaster took a deep breath and calmed down a little. I'm fine. Let's continue. We'll see the underground river soon. And thank you for saving me just now. Boss Luo said casually, Miss Jenna also saved me and my companions in the forest. Also, when we were in the mansion, it was Miss Na who helped me escape from the cavalry. The girl blinked her eyes and suddenly said, Can we be considered as friends of life and death? Boss Luo said, On the road of adventure, there will always be many dangerous situations. Helping each other can effectively ensure the safety of the team. Miss Rana, what you said about a life and death friendship is a deeper level of affection, so for the time being, it shouldn't be considered a relationship. Was it just an adventure? The young girl lightly grunted and quickly withdrew her hand that was still being held. This guy's hand was smooth and delicate, without even a single callus. How could he catch her master? I really don't know how this guy learned such a high-level sword technique when there are no traces of labor on his hands. Sword technique, shouldn't it be accumulated over a long period of time, perseverance, and countless amounts of sweat? But it was really a very warm hand. I wonder if we can make it in time. She forcefully diverted her attention. She really didn't know why her attention would always drift away inadvertently. If it goes smoothly, it should be possible. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, I'm just afraid it won't go smoothly. Why? The young girl couldn't help but frown. Boss Luo said seriously, I thought about it carefully. I realized that the people around me would more or less suddenly face some troublesome things. Maybe it's because I'm more likely to bring bad luck to people. The young girl opened her mouth in surprise. How could someone describe her like this? But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed like such a thing. For example, this guy's missing Master Durand, and after their group appeared, the Burgundian cavalry also appeared. The young girl shook her head and said indifferently, "The Burgundian cavalry has attacked our village more than once. In this area controlled by the Burgundians, Domremy village is the only area that still supports the French royal family. It's not strange that they want to eradicate us. You just happen to run into this matter. Why doesn't your village bow down to the Burgundians?" Boss Luo asked curiously. "This place is remote enough. Even if it's the royal family, I'm afraid they have long forgotten or even never heard of it. In troubled times, you should have a better choice. How can that group of people with Viking barbarian blood be a better choice under their rule?" The young girl snorted coldly. "The blood of freedom will never be slaves. If I wasn't a girl, I would have left the village long ago and joined the French army to chase this group of barbarians back to their ancestral Navia Peninsula. I've already planned to disguise myself as a man and join the army when I become an adult." Hearing the young girl's firm words, Boss Luo couldn't help but hear a chirp, chirp, chirp sound in his mind. Janine? Is it your ambition to go to the battlefield and kill the enemy, Miss Jenna?" Boss Luo looked into her eyes and asked. The young girl asked in return, "Why, are you looking down on women? Can't women fight the enemy?" "Of course they can." Boss Luo smiled and said, "I'm thinking that on the battlefield, Miss Janine will definitely become an existence like the goddess of victory. Your light will shine on the warriors who follow behind you, and you will become their flag." The young girl's face turned red. How could this person speak like this? All of a sudden, he made it sound so good that it made people dizzy. What did he mean by like a goddess of victory? Become the flag of light. Shameless. The sound of the rapid underground river came, followed by a strong gust of wind. The young girl's face immediately lit up, and she said, "We're almost there. Great, we can see the village. It seems that those damn Burgundian cavalrymen haven't arrived yet." Outside of Domremy village, a soldier said excitedly, "Everyone who escaped from Rose Mansion was here. They didn't scatter in the end because Boss Luo took Leon Bell hostage, giving them enough time to hurry. However, Kay Air Lily, who lived in the Free City, had never done such high-intensity exercise before. Her face was pale, and she was sweating profusely. Assake's and Laval's breaths were also a bit heavy. Mr. Jacques asked one of the soldiers to hurry to the village office to report the situation. He also asked another soldier to go to the village's sentry post to inform the people who were standing guard at night to sound the horn. He took the rest of the people to meet up with village chief Charles to decide whether to fight the Burgundian cavalrymen or evacuate the villagers as soon as possible. "Everyone, although you are witnesses, the Burgundian cavalrymen are attacking our village." Mr. Jacques looked at Assake's and the others and said, "So, from now on, I can't take care of you too much. Please stay here and wait. Please forgive me. However, I will try my best to ensure your safety, for the sake of the young man who stepped forward bravely. God, I hope he can come back safely." After saying that, Mr. Jacques hurriedly rushed to meet up with the village chief and the others. How did it become like this? Kay Air Lily had just calmed her heartbeat, but when she saw that all the houses in the village lit up after the horn was blown. Looking at the terrified village, the maid became even more worried. "Boss Assake's, where is this place? Can we still go back to the Holy City?" The maid's voice had a hint of sobbing. Mr. Assake's could only comfort Kay Air Lily softly. At this moment, after Laval settled down the empty Ludic principal and the male assistant, he suddenly came to the maid and Nan Xiaonan. "You guys don't seem to be very worried about your companions." "We are worried. I'm so worried," Nan Xiaonan said directly. "But it's useless to worry now, isn't it? Since the boss isn't here, I'm worried that the future boss's wife will make things difficult for me. Boss, please come back and play the bad guy." "I hope he can come back safely." Laval nodded. "Unfortunately, I can't pray here. Otherwise, I would pray for him." Miss Maid suddenly said, "Mr. Lavar, Don't tell me you can't pray when you can't produce willpower. Lavar couldn't help but be startled as he looked at this beautiful woman in surprise. Those words had a huge impact on him, to the point that he didn't even care whether he had heard generate wish energy or produce wish energy. That's right. Laval took a deep breath. Even if I can't obtain willpower, the faith in my heart shouldn't disappear. The saints can't listen to my prayers because I'm not devout enough. After saying that, Mr. Laval closed his eyes. If you only pray for one person in your heart, you don't need to let anyone hear it. The maid's voice suddenly floated. If you really need a place to reach, it must be the river of fate. I hope your prayers can reach the river of fate. Laval's eyelids twitched slightly, but he soon calmed down. Nan Xiaonan didn't know if it was an illusion, but for a moment, she seemed to see a faint light flashing on Laval's body. Sakes walked over after comforting Kay or Lily. After the exploration team brought Mr. Jacques and his team back to the Rose Mansion, they didn't have the time or opportunity to calm down and have a good conversation. Sakes had too many questions in his mind, such as the awakening of Ludic and the male assistant. Lady Nan, how did Ludic and the others wake up? And then, how did they become like this? Sakes deliberated and asked, I heard from Kay or Lily that it's because you fed them some potions. I made the potions temporarily. The maid said calmly, there's no clinical trial, so it's not strange that there are such sequelae. What? Mr. Saches's cheeks twitched slightly. If it weren't for the inexplicable awe he felt when facing this woman, he would have scolded her. At this moment, the maid said, since I made the potions, I'll naturally take responsibility if there's any problem after drinking it, especially this Ludic. He should be the descendant of the Mother of Saints family, right? I won't let anything happen to him. Everyone in the Holy Light Kingdom was equal. Although Mr. Sakes didn't know why she would mention Ludic's background at this moment, he didn't want to hold her accountable. He didn't even dare to look at this beautiful woman in the eye. Damn, when his grandmother was still alive, her gaze wasn't as majestic as this. Sigh. Mr. Sakes sighed at this time. I don't know when those Burgundian cavalry will come. I'm afraid this place can't resist them. I don't know if we can escape this disaster. And I don't know how Durand is now. The maid suddenly said at this time, there's an underground river nearby. If the village can't resist them, you can hide in the underground river. You can reach the other side of the valley by following the river. Really? Mr. Sakes was overjoyed. He immediately reacted and said in surprise, how do you know? The maid walked directly to Ludic as if she didn't hear it. She opened Ludic's eyes with her fingers and observed his eyes. Sakes could only roll his eyes. This beautiful woman seemed to be indifferent to everyone except for Mr. Luo. She only maintained a polite appearance. I'll go and see if there's anything to eat. Sakes thought at this time, it takes strength to escape. You haven't eaten for a day. Then I... Seeing this, Nan Xiaonan quickly said, I also... I seem to have nothing to do. If you don't mind, you can find something to eat and drink with me. Mr. Sakes said helplessly. The light of the torch couldn't reach the other side of the river. Under the only light source, the river was flowing at a terrifying speed. The drop of this underground river should be not small. It was cold all around. The girl was waving the torch at this time, seemingly looking for something. Soon, the girl pulled out a big cloth bag from behind a big rock in the underground river. The girl directly inserted the torch into the ground, and then took out something like animal skin from the big cloth bag, which had been sewn. These are airbags made of animal skin. The girl said quickly, with the buoyancy of the airbags, we can quickly float to the vicinity of the village. I left a net and rope there, which will stop us when we float there. With this, the girl directly blew at the airbags. Only one airbag. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, then it seems that we can only share it. Indeed, there was only one. If they shared it, wouldn't they have to hold each other? Cough, 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 cough. While blowing the airbag, the girl suddenly had a stroke. Chapter 2077. The size of the animal's skin airbag was even smaller than an ordinary swimming ring, and it couldn't fit a person. It could only be hugged. Therefore, when it was used on two people, it was inevitable that there would be physical contact. The girl had never been in contact with a strange man. Even if it was a man from the same village, she would at most greet him politely, let alone in this situation. But there was no other choice. If they were to dwell on the issue of physical contact, it was likely to delay their return to the village. "Why don't you hold my shoulders tightly?" The girl said with a serious face. "I have experience in controlling an airbag. It will be more convenient for me to take the lead." Boss Luo thought for a moment and went behind the girl. He hugged the girl from behind and wrapped his hands around her neck. Like this. Chirp. She felt that if she had a tail, it would definitely stand up at this moment, and even the hair on the tail would stand up. The sound in her ear and the feeling of being pressed against her back, it was really, "Oh, you'd better grab my waist." "No, grab my clothes." Waist would be very stimulating." "No, waist would be too stimulating." It was a very sensitive place for the girl. She was most afraid of being tickled. It could be a life and death enemy. After doing it several times, Boss Luo finally got into the water with his arms around the girl's slender waist due to her helplessness. The water in the underground river is very cold. If you can't bear it, you must tell me. The girl took a deep breath. This was the instinctive reaction of suddenly jumping into the cold water. Breathing suddenly became difficult, but this symptom quickly subsided after the girl adapted to the temperature of the underground river. She even felt that the water in the underground river today was not as cold as usual. It was like an ordinary river on the surface, cool. "How long will it take to reach the village?" Boss Luo asked from behind. At this time, the rapid river water directly pushed the two people's bodies in the direction of the drop. The two sides of the river were winding, and there were even sharp reefs in the river from time to time, but they were easily dodged by the girl's skillful swimming. She had probably used this underground river to travel more than a few times. Very fast, at most 15 minutes. The girl quickly said, "Are you okay?" "With Miss Jean here, I feel very safe." Maybe even sooner. The girl suddenly said, "The flow of the underground river today seems to be faster than usual, and the water level seems to have risen a lot. Not good. What happened? If the water level rises, we might not be able to reach the rope and net I placed in front of us." The girl looked alarmed. "We will be washed further away. I was too careless. I should have prepared more before entering the water." Boss Luo thought for a moment and said, "How much has the river risen?" The girl quickly observed and said, "He's about 5 meters tall. He might be able to hook the rope with his feet, but there's only one chance. There's still time. We can think of a solution later. There is a forked river in front. One side leads to the village, and the other side leads to a cliff. It is like an underground waterfall. If you are swept to the cliff, you will be in big trouble." Boss Luo couldn't help but ask curiously, "Miss Jana, how did you know there was a cliff on the other side?" "I was curious once, so I rushed over there. Fortunately, before I fell, I was caught between the rocks by a tree trunk. After that, I didn't dare to go there again. Miss Jenna is very adventurous." Boss Luo smiled at this time. You basically didn't have this kind of spirit." She was used to arranging everything before taking action. She didn't like to have any mistakes in the middle. Her demand for error tolerance was almost infinite. "Are you reminding me that I have a wild temper again?" The girl glared at him. Really, what kind of person was this guy? What kind of situation was this? His life was about to be lost, but he still had the mood to care about such trivial things. "It's foggy," Boss Luo suddenly said. The girl subconsciously said, "Why is the underground river foggy? It's really foggy." At this time, The girl looked at the dim river in front of her in disbelief. The torch she raised high could only illuminate the fog in front of her. But it was too late to struggle. There was no possibility of breaking free from the rapid current. The surging underground river instantly sent the two of them into the fog. The girl immediately lost the ability to observe the forks of the river. It seems that there is a strange sound. The girl's expression was solemn. Completely immersed in the fog, it was difficult to even avoid the rocks. Maybe in the next second, they would directly hit those sharp rocks. At this time, in the depths of the fog, there was a sound like a beast's roar. That sound was even more terrifying and horrifying in this desperate situation. There was no time to think. The river quickly washed the two of them to a bright place. There was an orange-red light that appeared on the river in front of them, and it was getting clearer and clearer. Finally, they rushed to the source of the light. What is that? A person. In the middle of the underground river, there were two stalagmites stuck to the ground. At this moment, what they saw was a guy whose body was stuck between the two stalagmites. The girl had never seen such a style of dressing, and she had never even seen a person's body emitting orange-red light. He was like a monster, even though he had the appearance of a human. His skin was cracked in many places, and the cracked skin seemed to have magma flowing in it. The river water that quickly brushed past made a sizzling sound, and then released a large amount of water vapor. This was the reason why the fog suddenly appeared in the underground river, because there was a hot guy submerged in the river water. He seems to want to use this method to cool himself down. Boss, Luo glanced at him. Maybe there is another reason. Shoo, let's try not to alarm this weird guy. The girl hurriedly said in a low voice, "Hold on to me. I will try to go around this weird guy. This weird guy's body can instantly evaporate the river water. If we are scalded, the consequences will be unimaginable." Too late. Boss Luo shook his head. He found us. What? Shocked, the girl hurriedly looked at the weird guy stuck in the middle of the stalagmite. The good guy's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened at this moment, and then the weird guy revealed a smile. That kind of smile that stretched from the corner of the mouth to the root of the ears, revealing terrifying sharp teeth. Pounce! The weird guy stuck in the middle of the stalagmite easily climbed up the stalagmite in the middle of the river, and then pounced directly at the two people who were rushing towards it. Bang! The animal skin airbag was instantly pierced by the weird guy's sharp nails. Without the help of buoyancy and facing the weird guy close at hand, the girl panicked and was immediately swept into the underground river water. The river water crazily poured into her mouth and nose. But at this moment, her foot seemed to be caught by something. The girl struggled to open her eyes. What she saw was an orange-red glimmer in front of her. That terrifying monster had actually grabbed the girl's ankle in the water, and the weird guy's other hand hooked onto the stalagmite, stabilizing its body in the rapids and trying to drag the girl out of the water. The girl could only kick the weird guy's arm out of instinct. Mr. Durand. Suddenly, the girl seemed to hear a voice. It was the voice of the guy who was good at swordsmanship, and he seemed to be calling someone's name. But the river water slapped her ears, so she couldn't hear clearly. But the girl felt that the weird guy's hand that grabbed her ankle seemed to be loosening a little. She suddenly exerted all her strength and finally succeeded in escaping from the weird guy's hand. But the river water suddenly washed her away. At this moment, a figure jumped into the river and hugged the girl tightly. They sank together into the dark river water, and the water under the river was even more chaotic. The girl felt that her body was being rolled, as if she was being dragged into an abyss. She couldn't breathe. She only felt that her body was rapidly falling. Finally, she heavily hit the water again, and the impact had directly knocked her out. She woke up in a scream. She sat up and looked around blankly, but it seemed that she hadn't completely woken up from some kind of chaos. Her eyes unconsciously fell on Luaccio in front of her, murmuring, "I saw St. Michael. It gave me guidance." "St. Michael? Where is this?" The girl suddenly woke up completely. She shook her head hard and then rubbed her forehead. What did I say? You mentioned the name Saint Michael. Boss Luo said calmly. Who is Saint Mier? Why did I mention his name? The girl asked with a puzzled look in her eyes. Boss Luo just shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The girl had to continue rubbing her aching head. Where are we now? Did you make this fire? She even showed a look of disbelief. The place in front of her was a platform. This place was still in the underground river, and she could clearly hear the sound of the underground river waterfall. After encountering the weird guy with the orange light, they seemed to have been pushed to another fork. This place was probably a very far place after falling off the cliff. This was a place that the girl hadn't explored before, but she was still curious about how Boss Luo made a fire in this extremely humid place. Actually, I'm a mage. Boss Luo chuckled and said, I'm just an apprentice magician. After another 8 years, I can become a real magician. If you're a mage, then I'm a witch. The girl glanced at Boss Luo in annoyance. She thought he was a guy who was fastidious and a little rigid, but didn't lack city people's fancy words. So this guy also knew how to make such a joke? Miss Rana, can you find the way out from here? Boss Luo asked casually at this time. The girl's relaxed spirit suddenly tensed up. She looked around and finally shook her head helplessly. I've never been here before, but if we go up, we should be able to find the way. I hope we haven't been washed far away, or else. The girl knew that it was unrealistic to rush back to the village after being washed to this place. She didn't even know how long she had been unconscious. But looking at the clothes on her body, they were already dry, obviously because of the baking. But this proved that a lot of time had passed. Maybe the village was under attack at this time. Let's go, let's find the way out. The girl suddenly took a deep breath, patted her cheeks with both hands, and stood up. We can't just sit here and wait for death. With that, the girl focused her eyes and pointed to a direction in the dim environment. The terrain here should be up. Let's go in this direction first. Wait, do you hear something? Boss Luo said, I can hear the sound of the underground river waterfall in the distance. Not this, it's another sound. The girl closed her eyes and listened to something. Then she suddenly took a step forward, but she didn't go in the direction of the higher terrain. It was another direction, the direction of the lower terrain. It's calling my name. As she took a step forward, the young lady let out a murmur. Her consciousness seemed to be completely drawn in, forgetting everything around her as she walked into the darkness. Boss Luo didn't interrupt the girl's state at this time. He just silently followed behind the girl. Behind them, the sound of the underground river waterfall became softer and softer. The road ahead gradually became narrower, but the river also disappeared unknowingly. They came to a karst cave under a huge rock wall, and the girl continued to go deeper into the cave. Suddenly, the girl stopped and hesitated. Luocho asked at this time, Why don't you continue walking? I don't know. The girl didn't turn back, whispering, I'm afraid. I don't know what's in front of me. Why is it calling me? Why is it calling me? Boss Luo said, Then let's go back. No, I want to go down. I want to know the answer. The girl took a deep breath. She was very opinionated. Subconsciously, she didn't seem to want to be controlled by this frivolous guy. Even if he was the one chosen by her father, she didn't agree to this marriage. The end of the karst cave seemed to be visible. A dim light appeared in front of them. The girl walked towards this dim light, out of this tunnel. The world suddenly became clear. The legend, is it true? The girl's murmur sounded again. In front of them was a lake emitting light. The light came from the crystals buried in the surrounding rock walls, and there are also crystals emitting light at the bottom of the lake. The girl's gaze was immediately attracted by a shallow beach in the center of the lake. On the shallow beach in the center of the lake, there was a statue of an angel. The angel knelt on the ground with wings folded, and the angel's hands were holding a sword. The sword was inserted into the ground, and the angel also lowered its head. It seemed to be waiting. It also seemed to be repenting.